Morning, everyone. If you'll please take your seats and put your cell phones on vibrate or off, appreciated. The October 18th, 2017 meeting of the City Council is called to order. The meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLinks and Cox Communications may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV program, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers, go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front. Cards are available online, the clerk's office at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Pastor Benny Jacques, Victory Outreach, Las Vegas, and remain standing for a Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning.
If I could have every head bowed and every eye closed, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you this beautiful morning, Lord, and we thank you, God, for waking us up this morning. And God, I just pray, Lord, for your grace, your mercy, your love, your wisdom, Lord. I pray, God, for the rest of this day, Lord, that everything would go according to plan, God. I thank you, God, for Mayor Goodman, God, and her cabinet, Lord. And I just pray, God, that you would just continue, God, to keep your hand upon us. And we just want to give you all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise, God, because I know, God, that your hand and your eye is upon this beautiful city, God, of Las Vegas. And we give you all the glory, the honor, and the praise, Lord. In Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Okay, we'll continue on with our ceremonial portion.
That was
Good morning, everyone. The actions and words of condolence, prayers, and caring continues to come in from around the nation and the world. Just regular folks like us, leaders, and family members of those forever indelibly changed by the tragedy of October 1st continue to pour in, and we know it is a mark for us. But we have come to know our own resilience, our great strength, and most specifically, our bonding. Out of the darkness has come this great light, and all that we have to deal with is fear, and that shall never control us, how we respond or what we do. One crazed animal shall never define Las Vegas or keep us from building and making this a world-class city. So we have a great deal to be thankful for. We all know that, and I see a line of blue in the back there, and I want to thank you all for all that you did as well. You're the best of the best, and so's Las Vegas. Now, we have wonderful positive things in this community, and we have some wonderful people who continue to say they are going to do things, and then they step to the plate and they do it. And so today, for our first item in this ceremonial portion of the agenda, I'd like to invite a real icon of downtown Las Vegas to join us at the podium. Our super tech guy, welcome, Derek Stevens. Oh my gosh. So proud of you. This guy is so incredible because going through the recession, and you know how we were so debilitated by it. Here he steps just forward, and like so many before, said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And so many dreams never occurred and never were put together, but you've done it. And I mean, he's so incredible, and I do recall when he first came to town with his brother. I think you were in flip-flops, you told me, when you met with Oscar. I'm sure he took a look at you and must have thought, flip-flops and Bermudas, no way are these guys about to be able to fund anything. Never judge a book by its cover. So we loved Derek. He has a huge upbeat personality, fits so well with the worldwide brand that's Las Vegas. If you didn't know, Derek, Detroit native, he has found a second home, thank heavens, right here in Las Vegas. You look at all that he's accomplished since he started building something very special in our city in 2008 with his brother, Greg. He started with a 50% stake in the Golden Nugget and hasn't looked back. Now we know him not only for the Golden Gate, which has just expanded and been remodeled, but also the D, which was the former Fitzgerald's, the downtown Las Vegas Events Center, which, as you recall, was the old Clark County Courthouse that stood vacant for years and years. And more currently, he's working on the site of the former, what's left of it, Las Vegas Club. I think you've got half of it down or more. A little more. I love to drive by it every day. And we all can't wait to see what you have planned for the corner of Fremont and Main Streets. In addition, Derek owns parcels on Symphony Park, and we know he'll come up with something that will fit right in with the grand nature of that development. As the mayor, I come in contact with people every day who have big dreams, but most of those dreams are never realized. But that's not Derek. He sets out to do something and gets it done in a heartbeat. His word is his bond, and we're so fortunate to have him in our community, a visionary, a dreamer, a leader who does attain the results and simultaneously creates jobs and more jobs, adding greatly to our economic base. Derek, because of all you've done and all you're going to continue to be doing, we're so proud to name you our October Citizen of the Month for 2017. And we have an award for you. In addition, now let's see, we have so many things for you. This is Citizen of the Month, Derek Stevens, and it's lovely, but we have better. In addition to that, you'll see the sign on the left with your name on it. In fact, it's already out on Main Street. I saw it early because this is, what, the 18th today? Yes. I think it's been up for a while. And we also have two very special awards we want to present with you. The first one is a token of how much you mean to us. We have a drawing by our city graphic artist that shows you with your accomplishments. Did you find that there? Is that cute? I don't know if you can zoom in. Can you hold it up a little closer? Would you mind? We have the greatest graphics department. You give them an idea, and we wanted to do something special because we know you have 7,000 awards. But that, I know, will go up on the wall. Is that great? And we hope to expand that. But all his accomplishments, business ventures in Las Vegas, and it is titled Detroit Muscle, because that's what you've brought to our city. That's so cute. It really is cute. Now, that's not all. Beyond that, you know, people give out keys to cities and communities and the Strip and just give out keys. We are very, very protective of our key to the city of Las Vegas. And so, because we just think the world of you, and you are a man who does only need a handshake, somewhere we have a key to the city. Oh, wow. It is so precious that we didn't bring it down here. Okay, we're going to take a 5-hour recess while we find Derek's key. Okay, well, I am so sorry. It's a beautiful key, and it is one of the very few that's been given out over the years and years of the key to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is known worldwide. We are the city, and we just congratulate you, Derek, and thanks. You need real leadership, and that's it. So could you tell us some secrets about what's happening in your, after you take down the other half of the hotel? Do you have? Share with us, please.
We'll say a couple things here. First, I am very, very humbled. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for this wonderful honor. And to be honest, I really want to thank obviously all of you, but I really want to accept this Citizen of the Month award, really on behalf of all of our exceptionally passionate people that work at the D, at the Golden Gate, at the Downtown Las Vegas Event Center. I want to thank everyone from Las Vegas Metro, everyone, all the marshals, because I just happen to be here accepting this award. But without all of you, this really never would have happened. So on behalf of our Metro, our marshals, our city council, and all of our employees, I'll accept this on all of their behalf. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
As far as some secrets go, the name of the new resort where Las Vegas Club is currently coming down, the name of the new resort is It's a little early. It's a little early. We're working on it, but the Vegas Club is coming down. We should have the entire city block between Main Street and First Street, between Ogden and Fremont. It'll be all down by January. We're actively working on finalizing the design, working through construction drawings. And then we get to do something that's a lot of fun in Las Vegas, and that means start building upwards. And we're looking forward to it. We're working on it, and we're going from there.
We're so excited.
It will be absolutely be a destination for downtown Las Vegas, but really a destination for all of Las Vegas, and that's a certainty.
So we thank you. This is just so exciting. And how How's the Golden Gate doing now that it's renovated?
The Golden Gates renovation is now up and open, and with the help of the city, we were able to utilize an alley that really helped us expand it. So with all of your help, again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you. Thank you. I think one of my staff ran upstairs, so if you just wait 2 minutes, I'll continue on, and I'm going to bring you back up. If you won't go. Wait. Oh, good. We'll stall some more picture.
Find any more alleys you want? Susan, I'm at the best angle here. What's wrong? Oh, God, he's bombing.
So exciting. Just wonderful. We're doing just grand things downtown, and I will just keep an eye for Zach in hopes that he can get up there, find it, and get back. We'll pause by waiting for Councilman Soroka to tie his shoelace. In the old days, it used to be the Velcro. Okay. Next, I'd like to invite our Parks and Recreation Director, Tim Hacker, to join us at the podium. What a great job he does. Oh, hold on, Mr. Hacker, 1 sec, please. Let's bring Mr. Stevens back on up here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, my. So this is really, this is so special. It's from the mayor and city council and from all of Las Vegas, a key to the city. And as you can see, if you see, it's got even some special Swarovski jewels on it. So this is really one of a kind, and good things come in small packages, except for Derek, who's a bigger package. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks, Derek. Okay, Mr. Hacker. Pardon? Those are diamonds. What do you mean, rhinestones? Real diamonds. Okay. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which you've heard me say so many times before, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better. Today, I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Archie Reese. So, Archie, oh, do you have a fan club here? Come on down, Archie. You can't hide from us. He's your neighbor? Aren't you the lucky one? Congratulations. How many years? How many years? Okay. All right, let me tell you a little bit about Archie. He is a community program specialist and has been with the city since 1998. He built our Doolittle Community Center adult basketball league into something so special. We all know that Las Vegas loves basketball ever since Jerry Tarkanian led our Runnin' Rebels to win the NCAA finals. Basketball has been our sport. But what many may not know is that the city has an outstanding basketball program, great courts and facilities, and that's where Archie comes in. Over the last 2 years, Archie has increased the amount of teams in the Doolittle League from 138 to 181, with more than 3,800 participants playing. More than 9,500 fans visit Doolittle every week to take in the games that feature schoolyard legends, former professionals, and young up-and-comers. He's developed Doolittle into the city's basketball nirvana. Through his leadership, Doolittle has seen increased revenue of 4% every year over the last 3 years. This helps us fund many more programs. Teamwork, competition, sportsmanship have become basic characteristics embodied at Doolittle. Archie, thank you for your dedication to customer service and building such a wonderful program for our city. I'm proud to present you with this award naming you the October 2017 Employee of the Month, which Councilman Anthony is giving you. In addition, to your left over here, you will see your name on it that will be posted in front of City Hall on Main Street for the next month. And we want to give you a chance to say a few words, but first, Mr. Hacker, our leader, you're the best.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, I think the numbers are impressive, but what's more impressive is that Archie has been helping to develop and mold these young people for so long. And when we talk about recreation having an impact on the totality of a person, and educating them in ways that goes beyond book smarts, it goes to how you deal with people, how you interact with each other. And Archie has been a great mentor in doing that, so he definitely exemplifies the city's values, and we couldn't be more proud of Archie this week.
You're wonderful. Okay, a little something. Tell us how hard it is.
Good morning. As you can see, I don't know the protocol, how this works. But it's good to be here. I'm truly grateful to have been selected as the City of Las Vegas Employee of the Month. I don't take it for granted. At this time, I would like to give thanks to all who made this possible. I've been fortunate to work with some awesome people. Many of them are right back there. In my opinion, the best department in the City of Las Vegas. Them guys rock. By being chosen as the Employee of the Month, it really incentivizes me to continue to grow and develop as an employee. So thanks again for choosing me as Employee of the Month of the City of Las Vegas, and you all have a great day.
Thank you. We're so proud of you. You make everybody healthy. That's most important. So let's go over and have a picture taken. Okay, team, would you stand up for him coming back? Our team, your team, look at that. What a great group you all are. Just fabulous. Thank you so much. Our next item, Councilman Barlow, you are going to be celebrating, I'm not sure what, but here you are.
We're, I would say we. We, it's a team effort. We. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. I have the honor this morning to recognize a wonderful organization. This morning I would like to recognize Jack and Jill of America Incorporated as they celebrate over 25 years of service in the Las Vegas Valley. So let's give them a round of applause. And in doing so, I would like to ask that Miss Berna Rhodes Ford please come forward. And ladies, why don't you all come as well? Come on up. Come on up. Come and stand. Let's give them a round of applause as they come. And as you all come through and greet all of the council members, let me just brag on you a little bit. Okay? Let's go ahead and start the video presentation. And I'll speak through the video presentation, and you can continue to allow it to roll, if you will. And the monitors are behind you for those of you that want to view it. Jack and Jill of America Incorporated is a membership organization of mothers with children ages 2 through 19 years of age. dedicated to nurturing future African American leaders and by strengthening children through leadership development, volunteer service, philanthropic giving, and civic duty. The organization's guiding principles of their leaders are serving a higher purpose, keeping children first, being knowledgeable, being strategic, being accountable, and being kind. The philosophy they embrace is one of holistic enrichment of youth and, by extension, the community. Their national theme is the power to make a difference. Today, Jack and Jill have more than 230 chapters nationwide, representing more than 40,000 family members. Each chapter plans annual programming activities guided under a national theme. Through service projects, Jack and Jill of America create a medium of contact for children to stimulate their growth and development. The Las Vegas chapter, 25 years ago, 22 visionary women came together in Las Vegas to form Eye on the Prize, provisional chapter of Jack and Jill of America Incorporated. On September 26, 1992, the Las Vegas chapter was chartered in the presence of regional and national officers right here in Las Vegas. The Las Vegas chapter has two signature programs, one being the Carol Robertson Day Picnic, and two, Kwanzaa, an African American tradition that celebrates the 7 principles of African American heritage. The organization builds on the collective strength of 25 years locally. They are committed to continuing their mission to embody the power to make a difference. They respectfully have over 25 years locally in our city with a dedication to empower and prepare youth for tomorrow's leaders. Organizations of this kind are necessary but few, and we are proud to have their representation here in the Las Vegas community, leading and guiding our youth to excellence. So today, we recognize this prestigious organization for their collective spirit to ensure youth are empowered with the skills and knowledge to become productive leaders in our community. And so at this time, Berna, I would like to turn the microphone over to you to share a few words and also do an introduction of the ladies that are here before the City Council today. Thank you.
Good morning. As Councilman mentioned, I'm Berna Rhodes Ford. I'm president of the Las Vegas chapter of Jack and Jill of America. And he gave you lots of information about our organization. Our focus is to make leaders into our children and to the children in our community. So we do programming, we do cultural programming, civic programming, leadership development, and that's our focus. And so I want to introduce our mothers. We have Darlene Adams, who is our mother member. We have Tony Smith Wood. We have our legislative chair, Sabrina Clinton, and our recording secretary, Paula Watkins Baker. And again, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Berna. So in recognition of 25 years of service to this community, I would like to share with you that we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, urge all citizens to join with us as we do proudly proclaim October 18, 2017, Jack and Jill of America Incorporated Day here in the city of Las Vegas. Let's give them a round of applause. And also, I would like for us to get a group photo of everyone here with the council. All right? Thank you, Mayor.
No, and see, Jace does it one. Well, true. It's because of the beard. He has a new beard. I want everybody to notice the beard. No, it looks good. For our next item, I want to introduce you all to really some outstanding community partners. Annually, the City of Las Vegas recognizes members of our community whose hearts and service shape our city with the Compassionate City Award. The awards recognize acts of kindness and compassion as they're extended in the following 6 areas, the Mayor's Faith Initiative priority areas: addictions, education, homelessness, human trafficking, community unity, and strengthening of the family. As I announce the winners, I'd ask that you join us at the podium to receive your award, and then stay with us because we want to take a group photo. The winner in Fighting Addictions category is Senior Chaplain Ryan Michael Creelman, who is the Spiritual Director of West Care Foundation. On a daily basis, he provides for the spiritual needs of those struggling with substance abuse and behavioral health challenges, as well as the needs of the professionals who serve these residents. Congratulations. Where are you? Here. Oh, you are doing it lovely. Nyla's going to be doing it instead. You're going to put me on center? Come on. So you are going to be representing
Senior Chaplain. Okay. And thank you very much on his behalf. He works very, very hard in terms of addictions and making sure he's a conduit for resources and spiritual helping and support in our community.
Thank you, Nyla. So wonderful. The winners in our education category are Darwin and Joyce Bozen, if I pronounced that correctly. Is it Bozen? Wonderful. We thank you so much. This fantastic duo founded Trauma Recovery Yoga, giving those suffering mentally and physically a healing outlet. They've trained more than 100 people in our community to lead this type of yoga, and we are so grateful to you. And just a brief comment.
Just thank you for giving us the opportunity to help in our hometown.
Wonderful. Are you taking in others from the community for a little yoga training?
Oh, yes.
Okay. The winner in the homeless category is Pastor Ron Cornell. As the director, Pastor Cornell is the director of Two Act Ministries. Pastor Cornell has dedicated his life to God, and through his ministry every month guides people off the streets. Pastor Cornell is a mentor, a teacher, and a friend. And you would...
9 years ago, I was on the streets, so I just want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for getting me to where I am now. It's all because of him. Thank you.
Wow. And the winner, do stay up here, please, Pastor. Don't go away. The winner in the human trafficking category is Pastor Kay Landwehr, a retired counselor who has worked with abuse victims for many years. Kay not only provides presentations to churches, she also participates in community events to reveal the reality of sex trafficking. And we congratulate you and thank you so much for all that you are doing and have been doing all these years.
I just want to tell you, I think you're wonderful.
Oh, not me. This is you, sweetie.
No, no. You are an example of what a woman should be. Thank you.
Tell my husband, can I take you home?
I will tell him.
Oh, my goodness. You're a good lady. The winner for the Unity Award is Pastor Benny Jacks, or Jacques. Pastor, please join us. You were here this morning giving us our invocation. pastor has been the leader of the Victory Outreach Church of Las Vegas for 24 years now and has been instrumental in the restoration of countless drug addicts, gang members, and hurting families. He is so active in our community unity initiative because he knows we must stop violence before it starts, and the key to that success is proactively visiting and problem solving in our neighborhoods. Pastor, God bless you.
Praise the Lord. I just want to give God all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise, especially for sending me over here to Las Vegas to help build this beautiful, beautiful city. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. And the winner in Strengthening the Family category is our friend Arnold Stalk. There he is. Wow. If you don't know, because he's been up here a million times, Arnold is the founder of Veterans Village and is dedicated to the creation of an environment that's a home for United States veterans. Arnold has created public and private collaborative partnerships to provide supplies and services to residents, including housing, medical and mental health services, employment training, referrals and placements, food pantry nutrition programs, and transportation to the VA hospital and primary care clinics. Do you want to say a little? You've never been without a moment to say a little word about our veterans. Come on up here, Arnold. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council and all the award recipients this morning. And thank you to Mike Hatch, Pastor Hatch. Homelessness and the cycle of poverty is something that has been with us for a long time. But I can honestly say that this city's committed, and our mayor and our city council is committed to ending this problem for everybody. All people that are homeless are all people that are at risk, or all people that are living in substandard housing in our city. Thank you so much.
Bless you. Thank you. Where are you, Jennifer? Pictured, right there in front of me. Duh. All right, so do we move this away? We have one more. We have, I don't know if I can do this. Compassionate Las Vegas honors Route 91 Harvest Festival. First Responders, 2017 Compassionate Cities Hero Award. For your commitment to a more compassionate community, we thank you. And it's Mayor Carolyn Goodman and our Las Vegas City Council, October 18th, 2017. As Ralph Waldo Emerson has stated, any kindness that I can show for any fellow creature, let me do it now. Let me not defer or neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again. So who is going to accept it? Guard is going to come and accept it. Guard Jameson, Reverend Guard Jameson. This is so beautiful. Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. Oh, is this beautiful? Beautiful. Okay, Guard.
Well, Mayor, like you, my wife and I wake up every morning, and I'm sure you and Oscar do the same, and we look up at the North Star, which is compassion. And you start your day with that North Star, and it guides you through the whole day. It's guided your term as a mayor, and it will always guide you. And so for that, I thank you. So last year, we began this idea of Compassionate Las Vegas. And we join over 400 cities around the world in 54 countries who are part of this network. And this group of individuals up here who are primarily pastors, will the pastors please raise your hands? And faith leaders, all of you raise your hand. This is what will carry us into the future: faith, hope, and charity. So as I was sitting with my class, I had 2 students who were wounded. As I was sitting with my class the Tuesday after the event, we consulted a famous Chinese philosopher. And that philosopher shared with all of us that we must be persistent in our kindness and in our generosity. And that's what we intend to do. So compassion lies at the heart of everything that we do. The Golden Rule is at the core of every faith tradition, which makes all of us on this planet brothers and sisters. So by that value, we are led, we are inspired, and we are guided. On the evening of October 1st, 2017, we witnessed pure evil, the worst of humanity, right here in our own community. And yet, at that very same time, the horrors that happened on that festival field brought out the very best of humanity, renewing our faith and belief in what a truly inspiring, courageous, and compassionate city we are blessed to live in. And so I would like to shout out for the men in blue in the back, first responders. I would like to again shout out for these faith leaders who have responded and continue to respond. So Mayor, I was with the head of the Red Cross, and she said after an event like this, and you may know this, the incident of domestic abuse and child abuse goes way up, and it goes way up for a period of time. So what I want to say is the first response is not over. We need to continue to be first responders. We need to continue to embrace our community with this quality of compassion. So I would like to also shout out the institutions who have stepped up in our community, and one in particular today, Wells Fargo Bank. We have the regional president of Wells Fargo Bank. Please stand up, Ryan. And so many institutions have risen up and said, we are going to respond as well. We're going to create a safety net to help our community. And then one particular lady, I'm from Boulder City, as you know, Mayor, and I love Boulder City, and one particular lady, Bree Moran, would you please stand up? Bree was out there on the field that night, and she was helping lead people to safety, and there was an individual who had been shot who was bleeding profusely. And Bree, on her way out to her own safety, stopped, saw this individual, and applied pressure at the wound. As the EMT officer said when he arrived, Bree, if you had not done this, this would have been 59, the 59th casualty. So a shout out to Bree, and thank you, Bree, for being part of that. So let us allow these historical acts of courage and compassion to be a reminder, each and every one of us, to always show compassion to our fellow citizens by focusing less on ourselves and more on the other. With that being said, I'm so pleased that you are receiving this honor on behalf of the city, Mayor Goodman. And as you said so beautifully, you are our hero. You are right at the leading edge of first response. You have created a culture within our community of compassion. And you have allowed that leadership, that culture, to diffuse itself within every aspect, not only of this city, but of this community. So I stand here honored and privileged to know you as a friend and fellow worker in the kingdom. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, GARD. And GARD really was the momentum to create this for the city of Las Vegas, to become a compassionate city. And, you know, we did see it. I mean, it was just amazing to me, the beauty of it all. I mean, so many people work tirelessly all the time to give of themselves, but to see it pulled together in such a unique community in which we live is beautiful. But there's a greater power out there, and we thank you all. It's just simply been really inspiring for us, and a difficult time that we will always remember because it keeps us moving forward. So please, thank you so much. Do we do a picture, or did we do that? So we're going to come to Councilman Barlow. Where are you, organizers? Organize us, please. You're very good.
Everyone looks great. Everyone looks great. Yeah. The councilwoman.
But don't we have to come closer? Because we're so many. Oh, look, she went further away. Very perfect.
I'm going to stand right here. We're good. Perfect.
Miracle. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for your heart for the homeless. It's a beautiful thing.
We are just going to make sure you're the one that does it.
I was out there for 17 years, so yeah, and I'm so glad that the city's doing a lot for the homeless. You let me know if I can help in any way, okay?
No, you are. Lovely words. That was so. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Both your husband and you, or yes, husband?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I was Joyce Sportsman.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much. It's wonderful. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you. Okay. Okay. And now, Councilman Anthony, you have a historical recognition to present. Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. It is my honor today to have the mayor and the entire city council join the Daughters of the American Revolution in honoring the memory of Sarah Winnemucca, who I'm sure most of you have heard of. This year, Nevada lawmakers passed AB 435 recognizing Native Nevadan and Paiute Nation Princess Sarah Winnemucca, designating October 16th her day of honor in the state of Nevada and marking her death in 1891. At this point, I'd like to ask Terry Rubenstein from the Nevada State Society of Daughters of the American Revolution, the Vice Regent. Would you please come up here? Give her a nice round of applause. Very nice lady. So let me tell you a little bit about Sarah Winnemucca. You probably heard the name before, but you probably don't really know her background. Sarah Winnemucca was born in 1844 in western Nevada near Humboldt Lake, where her grandfather was chief of the Paiute Nation tribe. At the age of 13, Sarah and her sister Elma were sent to live and work in the William Ormsby household. He was a civic leader and owned a hotel in Carson City, Nevada. There, Sarah had a chance to improve her English and learn more about the European American ways. She began to be more comfortable going back and forth between Paiute and American culture and learned to communicate in 5 languages: English, Spanish, and 3 Native American dialects. She was one of the few Paiutes at that time who knew how to read and write English. Sarah Winnemucca spent much of her life negotiating between the 2 conflicting cultures to promote understanding and to get better treatment for her people. She later served as a translator for the Armed Forces of the United States and at one time addressed Rutherford B. Hayes and the Secretary of Interior, Carl Schutz, about the plight of the Paiute tribe. In 1883, Sarah delivered nearly 300 lectures throughout major cities of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, seeking to raise awareness of the injustices of Native Americans and dramatizing the harshness of life for people confined to a reservation. She later turned her energies towards founding a school for Paiute children, teaching them to read and write in English and training them with remarkable skills. She also published a memoir, all before women in the United States had secured the right to vote. Sarah Winnemucca was a native Nevadan and is one of the most influential American Indian women in American history. She devoted her life to protecting Native Americans in the face of an expanding United States. And that's why the Daughters of the American Revolution is honoring her today. And Terry, I'd like to say a little bit about your society and why we're here today.
Thank you. If I may, I would like to ask the ladies that are with me today to please come forward.
What are their names? Give her a nice round of applause. Thank you.
This is Joan Demmett, Kathy Lucas, and Susan Powers Horn. The Nevada Daughters and I would like to thank Mayor Goodman and the Las Vegas City Council, and especially Councilman Anthony, for recognizing October 16th as the newly established Nevada state holiday, Sarah Winnemucca Day. The Daughters of the American Revolution was founded in 1890 to perpetuate the memory and spirit of the women and men who achieved American independence. For over 125 years, as proud descendants, we have been actively promoting historic preservation, education, and patriotism. Each year, organizations of the DAR volunteer for the honor of sponsoring a national doll modeled after someone influential from their state for the purpose of fundraising for the many DAR-supported schools. The Nevada State Society Daughters of the American Revolution are here today to not only celebrate the life of a brave woman who spent most of her life straddling both American and Native cultures to advocate for her Paiute people, but to also announce that Sarah Winnemucca was chosen to represent Nevada as our state's national doll in 2020. So thank you again for honoring Sarah Winnemucca, this most remarkable woman. Thank you.
Great job. And the state designated October 16th Sarah Winnemucca Day in the state of Nevada, but we like Las Vegas a lot better. So we're going to honor Sarah Winnemucca by proclaiming today by the mayor and the entire city council, October 18th, Sarah Winnemucca Day in the city of Las Vegas. And here's your proclamation, and thank you very much for recognizing her. Appreciate it. Good job.
Beautiful. Would you be good enough to describe these medals? What are we wearing? You have more than anybody I've ever seen.
Well, we are a service organization, and when we hold office, get elected to office, when we serve on committees, when we do good things, good deeds, we get a medal. We have to earn it. So try and get through the airport with them, though. It's impossible. Thank you.
Boy, you all have done your fair share, I must say. We're so proud of you, and congratulations. Thank you. Let's do a picture. Councilman Barlow, please. Fix this up again. Okay. Ready? Everyone look right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you for joining us. I love the American flag, too, red, white, and blue. It's beautiful. And for our final item before we go into our regular agenda, we have our Councilwoman Fiore's time.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. I am very, very excited to introduce two of my citizen heroes. Great. Do we have Christopher and David here? Christopher's not here. We have David Idolf here. Would you come up here for a minute? I just have to let you guys know, out there in the wild, wild west of Ward 6, we have some real heroes that literally take it upon themselves to stop bad guys, hold them down till the police get there, and it's just an extraordinary story to where, what time was it, David, in the morning?
12:15, April 28th.
Okay. So he was relaxing, I think in your underwear and no shoes. Yeah. So, and all of a sudden he sees a bad guy running out of his neighbor's house with all of his stuff down the street, a couple of them. So he starts running after them. Okay, he tackles them. His friend who's not here, Christopher Hughes, I'm going to let you hold yours. These two gentlemen did such a heroic thing that we had created for Ward 6, our Cup of Courage and our Citizen Hero Awards. And you've got your Vegas Strong shirt on, too. Okay, there you go. And so our mayor and my fellow city council members just want to thank you for your heroism and our friend Christopher. So we've got our Hero Award and our Cup of Courage Award. And this is David Adolph, and he lives in my ward. And so I just encourage that behavior to defend your neighborhood. And he showed a lot of courage. So thank you so much. And I wish Christopher was here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You want to say a few words?
In light of recent events, everybody, I just took it upon myself. I don't even really think about it, but we can't be bullied. We can't be pushed around. We can't take mediocrity. Stand up for yourself, stand up for your neighbors. Let's help each other, let's protect each other. We're going to be a stronger community and better for everything that's happened so far. So thank you all.
I'm so proud. Oh, my goodness.
Give the governor a hurrah.
Thank you. Don't forget your jacket, too. Okay, we're going to have a, we've got 3 minutes, so take a 3-minute while we move things around here, and then we will go right into our morning agenda. And thank you all. Okay. I will speak very slowly so that our wonderful city clerk's office can get everything in order here. So Mayor Pro Tem can sit down. Is she up here with us? Okay. This is agenda item 11. Is that correct where we are? Okay. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda. For action, the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments will be cross-referenced to those specific agenda items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute. We will move on to item 2. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, we have under the consent agenda, item number 33, for possible action to approve to replace and add conditions regarding firearms on a pawn shop license, Max Pawn LLC, doing business as Max Pawn on 6040 West Sahara Avenue. And the request is to obey to January 3rd, 2018, and that was requested by myself. We also then have item number 45, a report by the UNLV staff, associated public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding the report, which addresses a required cost-benefit analysis concerning the installation of fire sprinklers in certain new residential constructions. This would affect all wards, and this item is related to bill number 2017-19. Staff has requested abeyance to January 3rd, 2018. We also have item number 48, discussion for possible action for the approval of a new compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment license, cultivation, Boulevard Medical LLC, doing business as Boulevard Medical LLC at 714 First Street. Mark A. James is the managing member, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The request is an abeyance to 11/1/2017, requested by the applicant. Then we have item number 49, discussion for possible action for approval of a new compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment license, production, Boulevard Medical LLC, doing business as Boulevard Medical LLC at 714 First Street. Mark James, managing member, Ward 3, Coffin, and the abeyance requested by the applicant to November 1st, 2017, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. Is a motion on those items? Please vote and please post.
I'll have to give
There
you
it is.
oral. Okay, I got it now.
Good. The motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 13 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the September 20th, 2017 regular city council meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve those minutes. Please vote. What happened to the minutes of the first meeting in October? Pardon?
Yeah.
Okay, and, yes. Councilman.
Thanks. While we're waiting for the clerk to accumulate that information, we should also notice, although it's not the normal time to notice, that in the afternoon session, items 83 and 84, which are associated with 48 and 49, are also going to be obeyed for 2 weeks as well.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman, did you want to vote on the minutes? Didn't show your vote. Councilman Coffin?
Sorry. You didn't vote. I'm sorry, I missed
So
that
if you
vote.
can
Yes,
back
yeah,
into
yes.
that. Okay. The approval of the minutes passes unanimously. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Okay, we're on agenda items 14 through 44, with the exception of 33 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on item 20 because it pertains to medical marijuana-related business, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I'll be voting on all other. Are there any other items that council wishes to bring forward? No? Mayor Pro Tem, then, would you make a motion, please?
I move to approve.
Thank you. A motion to approve agenda items 14 through 44 without 33. Please vote. And please post. Motion's carried. We'll move on to administrative. Yes, okay. 45 has been obeyed to the 3rd of January, so agenda item 46. Chief Freeman. This is an abeyance item, report by the Department of Public Safety staff and discussion for possible action regarding the implementation of ordinance number 6491, which prohibits pet shops from selling or disposing of dogs, cats, or pot-bellied pigs other than those obtained from an animal care facility or nonprofit animal rescue organization. Hi there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michael Brown, Deputy Chief, Department of Public Safety. This item was before you guys, I believe, in 2016. It's being brought back forward for discussion, and we're here to answer any questions that you guys have for us.
Okay. So this is the item that we had initiated and passed for discontinuance of sale of any puppies in pet shops, certain 2 pet shops, correct? Okay, so the discussion here, this is something to me, I just wanted to make sure that we have a discussion on this while California is doing things in reference to puppy mills. My biggest concern was, much like a Salem witch hunt, we had gone ahead and targeted 2 pet shops rather than doing a total pet shop canvas. But then, too, on the other hand, pet shops in Nevada and especially in Las Vegas, over the years, to my knowledge, had always purchased from registered breeders and have a full record of that, and not from puppy mills, which those of us who are into going against that, you find puppy mills selling puppies all the time on the internet or just out in the neighborhoods. So this was something I really wanted to bring back because I felt we isolated and were targeting just 2 pet shops, which have always sold from registered breeders, and they were isolated. So I know Councilwoman Fiore, and there'll probably be some other councilmen, and certainly Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to say before any further discussion, I don't know if we targeted them, but they were the only 2.
Correct.
So because they were the only 2 in existence, and one of them is a small one, not a national one, they might go out of business if our legislation had gone into effect, and so that's why we were bringing it back. But I didn't, when you use the word target, I just want to make sure the city didn't say these 2, they just said this is for the city, and these 2 were the only 2 in the city.
Yes, ma'am, they were the only ones in our jurisdiction.
Yes.
In the city jurisdiction at the time. Okay, Councilwoman, and anybody else will go through, please.
Great. So I would like to direct our staff to write an ordinance that would repeal Ordinance 6491. So what I want to do is I'd like to get a sense of the council. I don't want to waste any time of the staff. However, I want to know how many of my fellow council members are in favor of repealing Ordinance 6491. And if I don't have the support, I will withdraw my request. So I'd like to know who's in support.
No, I don't think we can do that.
I don't think we can do that. I think we have to. All right, let's hear from our council, because I think what we need to do, have our discussion, and then, if you will,
and then
Mr.
put it on for
Jerbeck.
the next meeting.
I think you're clearly broadly agended to discuss the ordinance and its effectiveness, and you can certainly express your opinion as to whether or not you would like to see it repealed or not. We're not agended to take a vote today on a repeal of that. That would have to come back in the form of a new ordinance. If somebody wanted to sponsor that, you could, Councilwoman, or any other member of council or the mayor. And if that came back, it would come back in the form of an ordinance to simply repeal. Another option that you have too, as you go through your discussion, is if you want to do a repeal and replace with something different. But all those are up for discussion today. That's perfectly appropriate, but we can't actually take a vote as to whether or not you want to repeal.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to continue then?
Yeah, so can we discuss it, legal? Can we discuss it? Because if I see, because this open meeting, if I see that we have the support, then can I direct you to make an ordinance?
You can direct based on any evidence you perceive at
Okay.
this meeting, you can direct me to do whatever you want.
Great. So I would like to find out from my peers if they're in favor of that, of repealing 6491. So then we're discussing it, right? And if they are...
That's correct. I think,
Yeah.
some people may join in the discussion. It may be all 7 of you, maybe just 1 or 2 of you, but at the end of it, whatever evidence you hear from the testimony and from your fellow council members, you can direct me any way you want.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Please, Councilman Coffin.
I'm curious, I guess, what all the reasons would be for repeal. I'm not going to discuss a particular bill because we have none. I do think I'm happy with what we did just a year ago, year and a half ago. The town is full of unwanted animals, especially in older downtown areas. A lot of move-outs, there's thousands of stranded animals, and we're feeding some of them in our colony at our house, and I can't quite figure out what the angle is unless it's a backdoor to get into dealing with these out-of-town puppy mills again. We fought that battle, so I don't know what the good is in fighting it again, and I don't know how you would even guarantee that a used dog from Kansas wouldn't show up here as a prettified lipstick used dog here. I don't know how you can guarantee that they would be, not from out of state.
I
How
think
would
the
you
only
do that?
thing, the only thing you can guarantee is that all of us are going to move on to another place one day, and you have to pay your federal taxes. I don't think there's a guarantee about anything anywhere.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
And we just
Thank you.
do our best, and
I'm
what
getting
you
close
do
to
in
that.
our animal control and that area is phenomenal. I see you out there all the time, our trucks, and trying to help and stay ahead of the cats. That's the biggest thing, and rabbits. So let's have other comments. Councilman?
Do you have any experience from the field right now on this issue that you could share with us?
In regards to what in the field?
The ordinance or anything that you could share to bring to the discussion at this time, before I make some other comments? Nothing at this time? Okay, my concern is, I don't think anybody up here is for puppy mills. I would think the vote would be 7-0 to shut down puppy mills. But my concern with this is that while well-intentioned, I don't think we're going to be hitting the problem. I don't think we're going to be tackling it. And while puppy mills is part of the problem, and we do have shelters with lots of animals in them as well, I don't know why anyone would purchase a retail shelter animal when there's a wholesale puppy animal down the street. So maybe there's other ways to tackle this, but I think this would only serve to harm legitimate business, and that wouldn't be, I think it was just a little too broad of a brush of an approach. While well-intentioned, I think it would hurt business, and I don't think it's the right approach the city would like to take. So I would not hesitate to support repealing this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree 100% with what Councilman Soroka has just shared, because I originally, when this was brought before council, I felt from day one that this was hurting the business, not solving the problem to what we were trying to accomplish. And there were 2 particular businesses before this council that if in fact this ordinance had moved forward, would have shut down. And it was evidence showing that they had never purchased from a puppy mill. But the ordinance that passed during that period of time, I believe was it last year or 2 years ago?
Last year.
Last year, could have affected them. And I felt that that was totally wrong to do that for businesses that spent their life savings in order to get up and running. And so their life has been in peril because they haven't been able to figure out what their business model would be moving forward once this ordinance takes effect. And so I'm with Councilwoman Fiore in regards to repealing it and really trying to solve this problem of what we're trying to accomplish as it relates to puppy mills, because in the words of Councilman Soroka, I too believe it will be a 7-0 vote in favor of shutting down anyone that has any associations or running any form of puppy mill. And also speaking and hearing from Officer Brown, you stated in our briefings that you were not aware of any puppy mills in the state of Nevada. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And so that brings another level of comfort for me as far as the state of Nevada, in particular the city of Las Vegas. And so I would actually like to see it repealed and possibly come back with something else that would not impede or hurt businesses that have been doing business appropriately. And so that would be my position moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Councilman Mayor. Oh, okay, please.
Okay.
And we've got Councilman Anthony.
Go ahead, Anthony. I was just going to say that one reason why I requested this to be on the agenda was, of course, the mayor's great concern. Also, we have not yet started it, so we don't know what it's going to be like. There are only 2 businesses, so as I was talking with people, and I've done some research, I will tell you that evidently there are places, they may be Henderson someplace, they are getting dogs from puppy mills, even though maybe they don't know they're puppy mills. I don't know. But my daughter had an experience with one, 2 of her friends did. But the key thing is this: do we want to say forget about it totally, or do we want to say, hey, let's leave this in now and let's take care of those animals that don't have a home, and let's grandfather in these 2 businesses? That's the question. Grandfather in the 2 businesses, and then let it continue that we don't give it to any others, or just leave it loose and let anybody.
If I may jump in just for a second, Mayor.
Yes, and we're going to get to Councilman Anthony too, but go ahead, please.
Okay, and maybe this more so is a question for Brad in relation to the Councilwoman's question. Councilwoman, I believe that we're in a position to have an ordinance which basically spells out specifically that if any business, and I'm paraphrasing, if any business is caught basically purchasing puppies from a puppy mill, that they can be brought before this council to be shut down immediately. And I think that solves the problem from an investigation, from an investigative standpoint. If in fact we find that to be true, we could bring them back before this board for a revocation of their license. And I think that would solve a lot of the issue within itself and make it and streamline it for all businesses that are operating within this market space.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure, Brad, if that's something that you would like to expound on or not.
Like I say, you've got a lot of options here, and we'll take whatever direction you give us. Clearly, one option is to leave it in place. That's obvious. Another option is to outright request an ordinance to be drafted and brought before you rather quickly, because this ordinance goes into effect January 6th, so we're on a very short timeline. And a direct repeal, that's also very clean and very obvious. And then you have lots of things in between.
Does that mean we have to fast track it, Mr. Jervik?
Not necessarily. I think that we only have 1 meeting in December, is that correct? And so if we got it on the November 1st agenda, you wouldn't, the first meeting in November, you wouldn't have to fast track it. It could just run its normal course. But the later we go, the more we begin to get into fast tracking. And then I think the first meeting in January is January 3rd. Is that correct? And so if we got, the worst scenario is you got us, or got us direction that got an ordinance to you for the only meeting in December, and that were fast-tracked to January 3rd, which gives these businesses about 3 days' notice as to whether or not they have to turn everything upside down or not. That seems like the poorest of choices. So I would recommend whatever you do, it be done quickly, and then we have enough time to get it drafted into you for recommending, if you want anything done at all.
And it would be brought to the committee of the whole, the council,
You could skip
not go
recommending.
and
You could do
skip
that.
recommending.
You could easily do that, but I
Yes.
could say one option is to do nothing at all, which case you don't have to worry about timelines. If you do something, it ought to be done quickly if you mean to change what's about to happen on January 6th.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember when this ordinance was introduced by Councilman Coffin and Beers. I think you both sponsored it, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so we had our recommending committee meeting to hear it, and there was a couple hundred people showed up. It was the biggest attendance for public comment for any ordinance that's ever been introduced since I've been on the city council, and I think the recommending public comment went for about 3-4 hours, and 95% of the people there were in favor of the ordinance. So we had a lot of people here at the city council meeting. The ordinance passed. It didn't put anybody out of business. All it said was that a pet store that sells dogs and cats can't purchase them. They have to take them from the animal shelter. And there's plenty of pet stores here. PetSmart doesn't sell dogs and animals. They sell fish, but I don't think anybody's worried about fish. So it's not like we're putting anybody out of business. We're just targeting a specific area that we had a lot of discussion and we vetted quite a bit. And from my standpoint, nothing has changed. The facts are still the facts. Those haven't changed, and I haven't heard a peep out of anybody since then. I mean, I haven't heard anybody say anything about the ordinance until it was put on the agenda today. So if somebody wants to initiate a repeal of the ordinance, that's fine. We can, but we're going to have another discussion. And the one thing I want to be careful about is we don't fast track this so the public doesn't have an opportunity to come out and comment on this again. So I don't want to do this in such a way that people don't know about it and we just vote and all of a sudden people are getting riled up. We got to make sure we follow the public notices. People get noticed about this. They understand what we're trying to do so they can come out. Maybe nobody will come out this time. I don't know, but at least they have to have the opportunity to do that. So I will, if there is something to repeal, then I'll have my information then, and I'll listen to more public comment, and I'll kind of cite what we talked about a couple of years ago in relation to maybe what's going on today. So I'm just going to reserve my repeal comments until that actually becomes an agenda item.
Thank you. I do want to clarify with the clerk. As I recall, the no votes were Mayor Pro Tem Ross at the time, Councilman Barlow, and myself. And but Councilwoman then moved that it only be instituted in January of 18, and it was in 2016 that this discussion and the ordinance was created. Correct?
That is correct. It was created in 2016, and the deadline would be in 2018 for 2 years. As for the votes, I need to look it up real fast.
Okay, if you would. I remember voting against it, and I'm sure Councilman Ross, Mayor Pro Tem then, and Councilman Barlow were opposed to it for a variety of reasons. But I think your comments, to your knowledge, there are no puppy mills here. And then, too, when you look at PetSmart and Pet World, those are major companies and part of a chain. We're talking about two privately owned, independent pet shops.
Puppy Boutique is a privately owned. Petland is more of a bigger, that's
It's
also
all part of the chain as well.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And by the way, Mayor, if I might just, Petco, is it Petco?
Petland.
Petland. Petland has many of its stores not selling dogs or cats. They're just selling their paraphernalia and food and everything throughout the nation. So what I'm saying is they have part of theirs that is where you can sell them, and then they have part. But they're a big organization. Right. The tough thing is that little boutique, because they're not a big group, and so they'll probably go out of business. I also wanted to add that from our last study that we made, I think we found out that when they're getting these puppies, and they turn out to be puppy mills, they're not from Nevada. They're getting them from states in the middle, the Midwest and East Coast and things along that line. So,
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we're discussing a concept in preparation for possibly requesting a bill draft. Is that how I understand this?
The bill's already there, it's just, it's pulling
Okay.
it back.
Well, it hasn't been introduced yet, has it?
Yes.
No. Okay, it was introduced. But did anybody think about this? This is part of a larger picture. I know you're here to testify on what you know. So if you know, Lieutenant, what the population of animals is in our custody right now, or in the Animal Foundation custody, tell me what that number is now.
1 second, sir.
Anybody have a? Usually if we consider legislation in a hurry, it's because there's an emergency.
Well, I think it was the deadline, it goes into effect, that these pet shops, whichever ones they are, have to stop selling dogs, puppies.
Well, let's see what we have on stock here, what our inventory is. Please.
Hi, my name is Carly Schulten. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Animal Foundation. As of last night, we had approximately 900 animals on our campus that is in 655 North Mojave. Most of those are cats and dogs, many of which are up for adoption and looking for new homes.
How long do these animals have before they are executed?
Well, there is no specific time limit with regards to when humane euthanasia would be performed for animals that are adoption candidates. We are able to keep them in our adoption facility as long as they stay physically and mentally healthy, and as long as we have space to keep them there.
So how many come out for adoption right now, each month, let's say?
Well, every month, close to, actually, let me look at the numbers for you. Well, I can tell you for the city of Las Vegas, January through September, over almost 3,200 animals were adopted, and that's just animals that came from the city of Las Vegas. Each year we adopt well over 10,000 animals and place close to 11,000 others through our other placement programs, like our transfer to our partnering rescue organizations, returning them to their owners, and things like that.
Okay, so, but we have 900 roughly right now,
Yes,
not
sir.
including the kangaroo or whatever else. We've got some strange,
Correct.
strange species there. All right, so I'm just trying to figure out where the inventory is still pretty big here. There's still plenty of animals, and there's a high demand for adoption. I don't know about adoption for then resale, but I would say if there was an appetite to pass a bill, that it ought to be prefaced with any animals to be sold should be those who were abandoned here, Nevada-born. You know, that's basically what it is, and we should take care of the ones that our neighbors abandoned. This is what a community does. It helps to take care of these things, not to help some breeder in Arkansas or some other guy, you know, in Missouri, whatever it is, where the home of these puppy mills are, because you can't prove, there's no way you can prove that an animal is going to be from a puppy mill or from a shelter or from off the street. Really, in the end run, you can't. But there is another thing, and that is, in this discussion that we had about this, we also had a long-running discussion and concluded that we are a no-kill city. No kill.
Our goal is to accomplish that and to become a no-kill city. The Animal Foundation has a goal, we call it Mission Possible 2020, which is our commitment to save the lives of all healthy and treatable animals who come into our shelter by the end of the year 2020. So our first focus is with the animals coming into our care, reducing those numbers for those who don't truly need our services, and increasing the positive outcomes for those that do end up in our care. Once we're able to accomplish that, we're going to continue to expand to accomplish the same thing for our entire community, and that is what is typically known as no-kill.
Okay, I guarantee you, thank you, ma'am. I guarantee you for your testimony. I guarantee you, Mayor, I think that when you do this kind of thing, you unravel a lot of other stuff that was a long-time policy forming, and so we have to consider that, are we going to remain a no-kill or at least a reduced kill place. This, as Councilman Anthony has stated, we were mobbed by people. Pushing this through a little early might create a lot of long-term resentment and maybe make it harder for us in our future legislation on animal control. I just say that to you because a lot of this is based upon goodwill and the philanthropy of seriously dedicated longtime citizens of substance. And they won't be happy if we go back on what we've been doing. Thank you very much,
Thank
Your
you. I was given this by the city clerk. It was the meeting of January 6, 2016. Motion made by Bob Beers to approve as a second amendment. Passed 4-4, against 3, no abstentions. Councilman Coffin, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Anthony, and Councilman Beers were against, and Councilman Barlow, Goodman, and Mayor Pro Tem Ross were against the motion, voted no. So 4-3 passed. So back to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So I just want to be crystal clear that the shelter today is not a no-kill, just for your information, Bob. It is not a no-kill. They kill. Well, I understand. I just want to be crystal. Second thing I want to be crystal about is animals are very, very special and particular to a family, and especially a family with young children, newborns, grandchildren in my case, as is horses. I might ride Arabians, but my grandkids ride quarter horses because they're a different breed and they're a different. This particular ordinance that was implemented in the city doesn't give animal lovers a choice. I had to literally go to Denver, Colorado to find a breed of a dog that I wanted to bring back here. And if this was to take place, I personally am not going to go to Petland or a pet boutique and purchase a mutt when I want English Mastiff. So this is on a very slippery slope. I mean, if we started doing this to businesses that sell cats and dogs, we could go into business that sell horses, and then all of a sudden we can't have real horses, we have to have rescue horses. I mean, it is a bad ordinance, and so with my legal counsel, I just want to make sure that it's okay that we move forward, because I would like to request and direct staff to write an ordinance that would repeal 6491.
You don't even need a motion for
Okay.
that, but you could, if you want to direct us to that, we'll be happy to.
Mayor, if I could, Councilman Soroka. Yeah, I just wanted to add, while this ordinance has not been executed yet, so it wouldn't have had the full impact on any of the businesses yet. But just to demonstrate that we do care about these shelter animals in a great way, is item 44 on today's consent agenda. Our city just put $500,000 toward the Animal Foundation, toward their no-kill effort. And that is just in today's agenda. We have put millions of dollars toward this effort as a city to help the no-kill shelter. So we are not, we are compassionate, and the concern is just that what the ordinance as it's written will not tackle the problem that we're trying to solve, because I think we're all very compassionate toward the shelter animal problem and the puppy mill problem. And I know, speaking to business owners in town that are affected by this, in fact, he's in the audience, they were willing to work with the city to do everything within their control to demonstrate that they are not working with a puppy mill. And so we could, as we work this forward, we have opportunities to help clarify and actually tackle the problem as best we can on our end here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jerbick, then, even though my instruction says we don't need a motion then?
If all you want to do is have any one of you can direct us to draft an ordinance at any time without anything on any agenda. So today is just an opportunity to discuss it, and I hear what you say, but if at the end of the meeting, any one of you want me to draft an ordinance to repeal and replace or do nothing, let me know.
After the meeting.
After the meeting, you can even say it on the record if Councilwoman Fiore wants to
Right
direct me
now,
right now.
Councilwoman Fiore, you want to go ahead?
On the record, I am directing you, my staff, to make an ordinance to repeal this ridiculous bill.
We'll do that. You do not need to vote on that, Your Honor. In fact, it wouldn't even be appropriate. So with that, we will, unless you want more discussion, we will draft an ordinance. It'll be on the agenda at the next meeting.
And it will be
I
on the
would-
agenda in November?
That's correct. If it's a simple repeal with nothing else, we'll have that ready for the first meeting in November, and then it'll be up
Okay,
to you
did
to
you hear?
discuss it. and
It will
pass
be on the agenda, November, what's the date? Can you have it done so it's on the agenda for November 1st?
I believe we can. I know Mr. Steed's probably scratching his head right now, but we can, if it's just a simple repeal, we can have that on the agenda, and then in November, you'll have to reach a decision as to whether you want to send it to regular recommending or a committee of the whole, but it does not have to be fast-tracked if it's ready the first meeting in November.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
we've kind of trespassed into the area of public hearing here, kind of, and I was thinking, yeah, we're breaking all the rules today, but as long as we're open about it. Well, we're open about it. so
Listen,
we'll
we're
be
not
fine.
breaking the rules.
And so I would just ask that we allow public testimony, if any. There may not be anybody here on this bill, but I think we have to protect ourselves and allow public testimony.
Okay, now this is not a public hearing, it's for discussion at council only, so I know you have interests here, but please, I think we followed the procedure correctly. We have, so it's not public hearing, and this will then, you've been asked to go ahead, staff, and bring it on November 1st.
That's correct. This is
And
not a
I'd like
public
it to
hearing,
come to
and
the
we'll take
committee of the whole, the council.
That cannot be decided or discussed today. That can only
Okay.
be discussed once the bill is read at the first meeting in November, at which time a decision needs to be made by you, Your Honor, as to whether or not you want to send it to a regular recommending or a committee of the whole.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so we have done it. Thank you both for all that you do, and we appreciate it. And thank you for spending the time, and our dear Officer Brown, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I also wanted to thank you because even one time when I found an injured bird, you guys helped. So thank you very much.
They even got our heron out. You got the heron, and do you know with that broken leg, it was mended by the lead animal shelter, and guess what? You all took it out to Lake Mead, it flew back.
No, it went to a rescue group.
Then it must have had a baby just like it, because it
Yeah.
was back within months. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 47. Discussion for possible action to approve settlement at Lizette Allegret versus Stephen Burton City in Las Vegas, case number A-15-731856-C, the 8th Judicial District Court, $79,999 tort liability fund. Mr. Jervik.
This item is in order, and I recommend approval.
Thank you. The staff recommends approval, so let's have a formal motion, Mayor Pro Tem, if you would do it that way.
Move to approve.
But you have to have your mic on.
Move to approve.
Thank you. On agenda item 47, motion to approve, please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Move on to agenda item 50, because both 48 and 49 have been obeyed to the 1st of November. Boards and commissions, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of members of the Community Development Recommending Board from the following list of nominees: Carmen LaShawn Miller, Mayor's designee, Tom McGrath, and Dev Ender Robello, Ward 1. That's Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem. Audrey Asselin, Ward 2, from Councilman Soroka. Mike Aker, Aaron Zazu Jimenez, and Erica Washington, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Terry Janison, Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. Rodney Jordan and Roxanne McCoy, Ward 5, with Councilman Barlow. In the appointment and nominees, Mac McKnight, Ward 1, Eric James, Ward 5, and Louis DeSavio, Ward 6. This 13-member board reviews community development block grants and other funding sources, making recommendations to the City Council on the applicants eligible to receive these funds. Staff recommends approval, and that will be my motion. So please vote on that motion to approve what I just read to you. Thank you. And please post. And the motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 51, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2017-33. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2017-33, in order to amend LBMC 7.38.043 to increase the number of pot-bellied pigs that may be kept in detached single-family residences and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Would you care to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 51. Please vote, please post.
Joe?
And that motion carries. Agenda item 52, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption later meeting. Items 52 through 54, bills 2017-19 and 2017-34 and 2017-35 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills, items 55 through 58, bills number 2017-36 through 2017-39 will be heard at recommending committee on Monday, October 30th, 2017. City Attorney, would you please read these new bills?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2017-36 is an ordinance to amend LBMC 19.12.070 to authorize the waiver of minimum distance separation requirements for liquor establishment tavern uses that qualify for general on-sale alcoholic beverage license and for other related matters. Bill number 2017-37, in order to amend the provisions of LBMC Chapter 19.12 to update the standards applicable to the use of animal keeping and husbandry, including the addition of provisions to allow the use in R1 and RMH districts as a conditional use and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2017-38, in order to amend the Unified Development Code to authorize a limited expansion, enlargement, or alteration of non-conforming adult motion picture arcades located within the downtown Centennial Plan area and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2017-39, in ordinance to amend the city's administrative code adopted by LVMC 16.02.010 to require baby changing tables and certain public accommodations as required by Assembly Bill 241 and of the 2017 session of the Nevada Legislature and provide for related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills, let's see, new bills 2017-36 through 2017-39 are assigned to recommending committee members. Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin, if any so designated, are unable to attend. The clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Thank you. This morning's session.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Down here.
Yeah.
On one of the bills, 2017-38, this is a bill that I sponsored. Councilman Coffin some time ago wanted a bill regarding a sexual business that was non-conforming in the Centennial Plan area that would be able to essentially rebuild. It was our oversight in overlooking the fact that they had arcades inside, and that bill wasn't as encompassing as it should have been. It was meant to say, whatever you have now, you can tear down, build a new one, and have the exact same thing back. This is the missing piece of that, and because it's time critical, I would request that 2017-38 be fast-tracked so that the individual who's got the business that wishes to begin construction can do so.
Okay, so we would, could I have a motion on that, please, to fast? We don't need to?
You just need to indicate that it's going to be fast-tracked and that one will be eligible at the next
Okay.
city council meeting.
At the next city council meeting. Thank you very much. Okay. So the morning session is over. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Goodness. Okay, we're here. We're back. Recess is over. Tummies are full. We're starting with agenda item 59. Okay, for possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. So, Mayor Pro Tem, have a good time and sign in, please.
Would you repeat that? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to...
No, you're good. You're good. So
All right.
now you're going to go ahead and start with that list.
With our abeyance?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Since we had several to be obeyed. All right. I want to introduce items number 83 and 84, SUP 71037 and SUP 71038, public hearings, applicant Boulevard Medical LLC, owner GE 714 LLC. This is located at 714 South First Street. The request by the applicant is for an abeyance to 11/1/2017. Items number 85 and 86, variance 71212 and SDR 71213, public hearings, applicant owner, School Board of Trustees on 8.07 acres at 4000 El Parque Avenue. Abeyance to 11/1/2017, requested by applicant. Item number 102, public hearing, applicant owner Ray Godfrey, appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on .38 acres located at 4100 Nancy Marguerite Lane. Request is for an abeyance to 11/15/2017, requested by the applicant. Item number 103, SUP 71059, a public hearing, applicant Judah Zakalik, owner Judah Zakalik Living Trust, appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission at 1621 Bird Street, request by applicant for an abeyance to 11/15/2017. And then our PM discussion, and I have that right here. Okay. We also had item number 106, SUP 71248, and that is a public hearing, applicant Maria Lynch and Nuala Evans, owner VAC Fund 1 LLC. It's for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 1111 Kalen Drive, and the request is to abate to 1/3/17. Then we have item 107, SUP 71273, public hearing, applicant owner Venza Bracken at 309 Arnold Street, request by Councilman Barlow to abate to 11/1/2017. Item number 109, ROC 71615, a public hearing, applicant Cardenas, owner La Manza LLC, on 6.80 acres at 4700 Meadows Lane. Applicant requests abeyance to 11/15/2017, and that is my motion.
Well done. Okay, I see somebody's pointing at each other.
Are you guys okay
Her
over
fault
there?
or your fault?
Just for point of clarification, the January 3rd meeting is a 2018. I believe you might have referenced 2017.
I did represent 217. It should be 218.
Wonderful. We're so alert. And
Yes.
that's your motion.
That's my motion.
Okay, please, everyone, vote on the motions there and post, please. And there it is, unanimous for 2018. Good catch. Okay, so that brings us now to agenda item 61. And, hi there. I skipped right over you. I'm so sorry. Agenda item 60, public hearing, discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $2,781.41 and out-of-pocket costs $19,500 in civil penalties for a total of $22,281.41 recorded against the property located at 4224 Baxter Place. Property owner, England Family Trust. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian. And it is a public hearing, which I declare open. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and the council. The item before you today is a public hearing for request of waiver of civil penalties at the request of Vicki England, the trustee of this property at 4224 Baxter Avenue, actually Baxter Place, which is located in Ward 1. Major cross streets of this property is Charleston and Valley View, located in zip code 89107. Code enforcement received a complaint about an abandoned property and inspected the property and verified that the property had high weeds and minor refuse waste in all yards. Code enforcement issued a notice and order on July 23rd, 2015, and we did not receive a response from the property owner or the trust. So a contractor was hired to abate violations on November 10th, 2015, to remove all debris, weeds, and to apply a herbicide to impede further weed growth on the property. City Council designee approved the lien of assessment on this property on November 24th, 2015 of $2,781.41 in hard costs and daily civil penalties of $19,500. The trustee is requesting a waiver of all daily civil penalties that have been assessed on the property of $19,500. Staff recommends denial of this request.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this particular item? Please come forward and state your name. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn over to our planning. Any comments?
No comments?
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Zuna handled it very well.
We are going to turn this back to Mayor Pro Tem.
This is a woman who was left property, was not notified quickly or very fast about that, and there was some difficulty with some individuals trying to come in and buy the property for far less than it was worth. We do want to make sure, however, Vicki, that what you're saying now does get done, and that she's aware of it. So, having discussed this with you, I move that we have the individual pay all of the hard costs, out-of-pocket costs, at $2,781.41, and 10% of the civil penalties. And if she doesn't follow through, or if you don't hear from her, would you let me know, and then we'll see where we go from there.
And do you care, Mayor Pro Tem, to put a timeline on it when you want it done by?
Right.
Payment within 30 days?
Yes.
That would be a total of $4,731.41.
Yes. That is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 60. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much, Mrs. Zuna. Okay, we're on to agenda item 61 through 69 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Planning. And I know Councilman Barlow, you want to.
Yes, Mayor. Opposed to taking these in one motion, I would like to make an adjustment to one of the conditions for 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67.
And 68.
And 68 as one, and then the other I'll take last on 69. So do we need to read them into the record?
I guess so. We do? Read them into the record? Okay. So let's see. Starting with agenda item 61, EOT 71588, extension of time, special use permit applicant owner Tupiti, or is it Tupit? How is it pronounced? All right, it's one or the other. Family Trust for possible action or request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit, SUP 60386 for an auto repair minor at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard, APN 138-24-611-014, CLC-1, Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Agenda item 62, EOT 71589, extension time related DOT 71588, site development plan review, applicant owner to Pete Family Trust for possible action or request for an extension of time. Approved site development plan SDR 60389 for proposed 5,177 square foot commercial garage with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer on the south perimeter, 3 foot on the east perimeter where 15 feet is required, a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along the west perimeter, and 0-foot wide on the north where 8 feet is required on .42 acres at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard, APM 138-246111014, CW limit C-1, limited commercial zone, again, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Number 63, EOT 71590, extension of time related to DOT 71588 and EOT 71589, special use permit, applicant owner to Pete Family Trust for possible action on a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 60384 for an auto repair minor at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard, APM 138-24611-014, C-1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Agenda item 64, EOT 71591, extension of time related to DOT 71588, EOT 71589, and EOT 71590, special use permit, applicant owner to Pete Family Trust for possible action, request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 60385 for an auto repair minor at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard, APN 138-24611-014, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Agenda item 65, EOT 71592, extension of time related to EOT 71588, EOT 71589, EOT 71590, and EOT 71591, special use permit, applicant owner to Pete Family Trust, possible action or request of extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 60388 for an auto repair minor at 2147 North Decatur, APM 138-24611-014, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Number 66, EOT 71593, extension of time related to EOT 71588, EOT 71589, EOT 71590, EOT 71591, EOT 71592, variance, applicant owner to Pete Family Trust, possible action or request for an extension of time of approved variance VAR 60380 to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required at 2147 North Decatur, APM 138-24611-014, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. Agenda item 67, EOT 71594, extension of time related to DOT 71588, EOT 71589, EOT 71590, EOT 71591, EOT 71592, and EOT 71593, variance, applicant owner to Pete Family Trust for possible action or request for extension of time of an approved variance VAR 60381 to allow a residential adjacency setback of 5 feet where 57 feet's the minimum required, and to allow a commercial building, commercial building to not meet the minimum 10-foot rear yard setback at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard, APM 138-24611-014, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and recommended for approval by staff. And number 68, EOT 71595, extension of time related to 7158A, EOT 71589, EOT 71590, EOT 71591, EOT 71592, EOT 71593 and EOT 71594 variance. Applicant owner to Pete Family Trust. Possible action or request for extension of time on an approved variance VAR 60383 to allow 19 parking spaces where a minimum 48 parking spaces are required at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard. APM 13824611014 C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, staff recommends approval. There you are, Councilman. How say you?
Thank you, Mayor.
Want me to read them again?
Yes, please read them again. Thank you. It'll be real quick, and I appreciate it, pulling these items off consent. I just need to make a quick adjustment to items 61 through 68, and also 69. So I asked Val if we could still take this in one motion and one vote. He said we could. So is the applicant here from the Topete Family Trust? Any representation? Okay.
Now, keep in mind, I have not read 69.
Okay, you have
I've
not?
just read
Okay.
61
Okay.
through 68.
Thank you, Mayor. Then on items 61 through 69, I'm making an adjustment to a 12-month review of the extension of time.
On 61 through 68.
61 through 68, that is correct. So just a 12-month extension.
Madam Mayor, just for clarification, the extension of times are limited to 1 year. They had requested 2 years. Staff has adjusted their request to a 1-year extension, so 12 months from now, they would have to file an additional extension of time.
That is correct.
A required review, there's nothing out there to review.
I'm sorry, extension
So-
of time, I said it wrong.
So as of right now, each one of those applications, condition number 1 reads that they would expire 1 year from the date.
That is
So,
correct.
I believe your concern is addressed in the existing conditions.
Okay, great. And on item, well, you haven't read 69, so do you
Shall
want
I
to take
read
this
that?
out of order?
Well, let's do 61 through 68.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So 69, you want to read that in?
Okay.
And then we can just go ahead with one motion, one vote.
Okay. Agenda item 69, EOT 71642, extension of time, site development plan review. Applicant owner 3000 MW LLC for possible action or request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review, SDR 41779, for a 136-unit apartment complex with a waiver to allow no landscape buffer along portions of the north perimeter where 6 feet is required on 9.92 acres at 3000 North Michael Way, APM 13813512001, R-3 medium density residential zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, PRJ 71618. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, and on this one also, the condition is asking for a 2-year?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so I'm reducing it to 12 months as well.
In light of that, we would amend condition number 1 of EOT's 71642 to reflect expiration date of November 6, 2018.
Say it again, what was the date?
November 6, 2018.
Okay, great. Yep. And so that'll be my adjustment.
Okay, and therefore, we are okay for one motion, one vote, and that is going to be your motion.
Yes, my motion would be to approve items 61 through 69, both with the condition of 12-month extension of time.
Okay. Mr. Steve, does that meet with everything?
That's close enough.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's motion, please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Thank you.
Right.
And now you want to make a motion, a request to bring forward 108.
And now, Mayor, I'd like to make
Wait.
I would
Okay.
like to make
Your mic wasn't on.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we move up item, oh, I don't need to make a motion. At this time, I would like to move forward because of specific circumstances, item number 108.
Thank you very much. We will do that. Find it. Okay. Agenda item 108, SUP 71311. It's a public hearing. Applicant owner Shima Tebbit LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 6336 Lawton Avenue, R-1, single-family residence zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. And the Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Well, someone is present that wants to speak, but I don't
We
know if
have
they
a
are.
gentleman by the name of Ronald Huffman. Is Ronald Huffman here?
Yes, right there.
Okay, he's coming forward. Thank you. And it looks like, okay.
Short-term rental.
Okay, sir. And two, if you again would repeat your name for the record and the gentleman that's with you.
My name is Ronald Huffman. I live at 6337 Parsifal Place, which is directly behind 6336 Lawton. Directly behind. I have lived here since 1971, and the neighborhood is very established. I am opposed to the request for short-term rental. This request was denied by the Planning Commission on September the 12th, 7-0. There were 2 letters and 7 cards submitted to the commission, as well as 6 people who came forward and voiced their opposition to the Planning Commission meeting. I have a picture here of the property, and it shows the relative closeness of the 50-foot perimeter for noise abatement, which I disagree with. Previous renters have had no respect for the city code. 50-foot is ridiculous because that would put the noise threshold in the middle of my house, which is right here. Now, 50 foot from their property line back is, like I say, it's right in the middle of my house. It also extends over to the 2 adjacent neighbors and the neighborhood, the neighbor on the left and the right of 6336 Lawton. As you can see, the houses are enclosed by the 50-foot limitation, and therefore, what good is it? Currently, there are 4 floodlights, not security lights, on timers shining over the fence into both my backyard bedrooms. I have been over there 4 times and asked politely to have them turned off because they were very irritating. The timers would come on and go off and on and off and on and off and on and off. Gets tiresome after a while. I received 4 different answers as to what the reasons for the lights were. One was they were on sensors when the wind blew. The wind wasn't blowing. I was also told that the tenant, or the owner rather, had the electricians there and he would talk to the electricians tomorrow. Tomorrow never came. So I don't know why they couldn't be turned off completely or changed to a different color or realigned to where they were into their light, their yard, not mine. The neighborhood is well established with senior citizens and families with an elementary school 3 blocks away. What screening process of tenants will be in effect for this property? This is not conducive for short-term rentals. Again, I am opposed to short-term rentals of 6336 Lawton Avenue. It does not fit within the residential area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And sir, your name, please? You're on.
Okay, it's on now. My name is Raymond Dunn. I live at 6341 Lawton, nearly directly across the street. I was here for the zoning board meeting, and for the same reasons that he's pointed out, the proximity to the school, the very small children, even with their parents and siblings walking up and down the street to school, are a concern for me, as well as noise. And it is about the spirit of the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood now, I believe this would be the last of the houses recovering from the crisis of mortgage failings, and it is nice to see it taking something done with it, but at the same time, there's no attractions nearby. There's nothing within walking distance that would be an attraction to someone coming from out of town. I don't see the need for this type of rental in this area. We're not near a hospital. We're not near any other services that you would think of, a casino for visitors. We're 12 miles from the Strip. So I think that I oppose it for those reasons. And the other question that I have is that how do we know the type of people that are renting? And what is the response time? Because I understand that code enforcement is an 8 to 5 only department. So when there's something going on there, it's either going to have to be severe enough to call Metro, or it's not going to be taken care of until the situation has resolved itself before we can contact code enforcement during those hours. I also disagree. It's my understanding, Madam Mayor, that the special use permit is issued to the address. If that's correct, I disagree with that process. It should be issued only to the operator, much like a hotel. Just for the record, wanted to put that out. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone? And please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Name's Gerald Duncan. I live at 1716 Adra Court. That's in Rancho Bonito. In addition to what the other gentleman said about the elementary school, it's Pittman Elementary. This particular property shows up as being within like several hundred feet of a licensed daycare center, which again would make it seem very inappropriate for increased foot traffic and, for want of a better word, strangers. So I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I'm going to close public hearing and turn this over to Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed 4-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied and therefore requires the approval of the special use permit. As all other code requirements are being met, staff finds the use is appropriate for the location and recommended approval. Planning Commission, however, found the proposed use to be incompatible with the surrounding area and denied the application with a 7-0 vote. Thank you.
And could you make any comment on code enforcement? What is that phone number after hours, please?
Madam Mayor, we do have a hotline number. That number is 702-229-3500, which is 24 hours, and you can call and lodge any complaints that are ongoing at that time.
And do we have human beings on the other end, or is it a computerized?
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. Yes, the 24-hour hotline is answered by a live person. That person screens the calls. The city is currently paying for 2 employees to be on standby, and they can be out to the residents within 45 minutes to address the complaint.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that is something that's relatively new for us, and so it really is a boon to the residents that they have that as well. So anyone else who wishes to be heard on the item? Okay, I'll close public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem, it's yours.
First, I'd like to say, repeat what the mayor said, and that is be sure to use that number, because some individuals have been calling other numbers that we used in the past. They are not as effective. Be sure to call the hotline number. It's very, very important, because that's how we can judge if a short-term rental is out of kilter or not. And because I do not believe that we should have short-term rentals in the middle of family residences, I believe a short-term rental is a business. I believe it's all right in certain areas. I believe it's all right near business areas, maybe where it's a transition type of thing. But when you're right smack in the middle where the school is and you have very tight housing, I think that can lead to big problems. And so I move to follow the recommendation of Planning Commission and deny.
Okay, there's a motion, please
Mayor
vote.
Goodman?
Yes?
Mayor Goodman, Mr. Steed down here.
Where are you?
I'm over here.
Oh.
I just wanted to ask staff, was this an item that was appealed, or did it come automatically, or how did it get here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this item was acted on by the Planning Commission and then moved forward to City Council. This is not an appeal.
So it's an automatic on short-term rentals, or how does that work?
This item was requested to be reviewed, and
so there
therefore
was
was brought forward
okay.
to the council.
All right. I think the motion's okay. It is unusual for you to hear an item this early in the agenda without it being at the request of the applicant. So you may find that the applicant comes later and finds that you moved quickly. But because the applicant wasn't at the Planning Commission, it's very possible that the applicant didn't plan to be here anyway. So I'm okay with you approving the motion, but it's unusual for you to hear something early when it's not at the request of the applicant.
Makes sense.
Well,
you know
want us
what
to
I'm
wait?
thinking? You've heard what we could do is we've heard the testimony, and so we can hold the vote till it's proper order because it was agendized out at this time, and then you can still make your motion at that time, and if there's somebody here the owner that wants to speak to it, they can make their plea to you and to the council, and then you'll just continue. But at least what we've done is met the timeline of Mr. Huffman, who had to leave.
Well,
So would
he
that
has-
be appropriate? Does she rescind then, or?
I can do it
She
either
could
way.
withdraw her motion and trail this and see until the end of the agenda if you'd like, and knowing that the testimony that's been given will be assigned to this hearing.
He only had 2 hours of oxygen, and that was why we moved it up, because...
That works for me. I just, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So we've heard from you. Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem will then hear if anybody has come at that time. You're welcome to stay, and then you'll make your motion then.
Right, that's fine.
Thank you. And withdraw your motion then, I guess.
I then withdraw my motion. Is that correct, legal? Is that all I need to do? Okay.
Okay.
Failed.
And the mayor then will trail it.
Right back where it came from. Okay. So therefore, we are now on what item? Okay. Items 70 through 82 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered to be routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So far, we're cool. All right, 70. So we start with 70.
75 for me.
You want to do what with 75?
Mayor, if you don't mind, I would like to pull item 75 forward.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other items? Okay, we'll go to 75. EOT 71485, applicant owner, Comet LV LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming use tavern at 600 Jackson Avenue, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. So what is your pleasure, sir? And we are hearing from representatives, so please state your name for the record.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Tony Celeste. Along with me is Kevin Thistle. We represent the applicant at 600 Jackson. We appreciate staff's recommendation for a one-year extension on this non-conforming use tavern and casino location. I am more than happy to answer any questions that the councilman or anyone has on this project. And
Right.
this-
If you can just give us an update, because when the applicant was before the council, I guess over a year ago, close to 2 years? A year ago?
1 year.
Yes, and Mr. Hayashi had, I guess, partners in on this, and we were waiting for the suitability from the partnership, to my understanding. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess there's been some shifts in the partnership of the item before us, and so I wanted to get an understanding as to where we are, who's now in position that we will be communicating with, or what the plan is in relation to this, because this is a historic site, and a lot of residents have met concerning this in regards to the overall master plan of what Mr. Hayashi brought into the community. And so I want to know if he's still in, if he's out, so that I can relay the message back to the community as to the level expectation of what was presented to my office.
Absolutely, Mayor, through you, Councilman. Fair questions, and questions that that you deserve to know answers to. So let me back up just a little bit and give a brief timeline of what's happened and where we are and where we hopefully are going. Last July of 2016, Mr. Hayashi was before the Gaming Control Board. There were several issues raised at the Gaming Control Board with respect to financing and other issues related to the project. So that kind of, based on that, put things in pause mode. We have since been able to, at least through state gaming, extend the licensing for state gaming. We went to the Gaming Control Board in the first part of August. We had the follow-up hearing with the Gaming Commission at the end of August. United Coin performed the one-day opening in September to preserve, from a gaming side, the gaming, unrestricted gaming use. That is good for 18 months. We are now, Mr. Hayashi and another investor are in negotiations, another Japanese businessman by the name of Mr. Shigeta, who are in negotiations with respect to potential purchase of the property, casino, the business. We, more importantly though, believe we have identified an operator to operate the site. His name is Jack Crane. It's 600 Jackson LLC is his entity. He would be the, hopefully the operator, and then the licensee as well. So that is
The operating of the casino side?
operating.
The operator of what, as the general manager? What side of the operation are we referencing?
He would be for the entire the casino tavern operation. He would be the operator, and we would have Mr. Hayashi or Mr. Shigeta, who would ultimately become the landlord. Because of the concern from state gaming with Mr. Hayashi, it's potentially unlikely that he could be a licensee for gaming. So that is why there's been some shift in movements with investors to bring someone who could come forward with suitability, and that is essentially where we are. And I understand there's a lot of constituents in your area, and we're more than happy to continue to meet with those stakeholders as this process plays out. But we are very hopeful that we can get back in front of state gaming in the next 6 to 8 months with the property ownership figured out, and with the licensee moving forward. And of course, that would follow suit from the liquor licensing side with the city.
Okay, I appreciate that. So what I'm going to do is place the 12-month condition on this item, so that we have an opportunity to remain close to this.
You said 12.
Thank you. And the mayor has to open up the public hearing for this item.
Did you say 12 months? I'm sorry.
Stand by, just one
Yep,
moment.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to open public hearing on this item. Is there anyone here that has comments on this particular agenda item? Okay, I'm going to close it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I'm going to do is place a 12-month condition so that we can remain in contact and close to, so that this doesn't get too far out ahead of us, because this is very important to the stakeholders in this specific area of the 100 plan of what we have laid out for this community, and it also will help us to identify how, in fact, to move forward if, in fact, this is not going to happen in the very near future. So 12-month extension is what I'm going to place as a condition, and do you agree to the 12-month extension?
Absolutely, Councilman. Very much appreciated. We are very hopeful that we will have something exciting in the next 6 to 8 months to share with you and the council. But I appreciate your willingness to give us a little bit more time to continue to work with us, because I know it's been ongoing for several years, and I greatly appreciate it. And of course, 12 months is absolutely acceptable.
Yeah, and it's very important to the community because we're still in there trying to, develop and do a number of things. And so this casino component is going to play a major role as to whether or not it's going to remain or not. And so it helps the surrounding neighbors identify what to do with their parcels. And so my motion would be for approval of a 12-month extension. And I do also want to mention that this is a location in which Councilman Coffin used to attend when he was 18. Get this, he was 18 inside of this facility drinking liquor and playing slot machines. So I do want to put that on the record, Mayor and Council, for you all to understand.
We will.
that
Hopefully we can invite him back
at
soon.
the age of 18, no, you don't want to do that. You lose your license behind
Oh, not at 18.
18-year-old being
No.
inside of your facility playing slot machines and drinking liquor. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record as well.
No, well, everyone will be 21, but we would love to have Councilman Coffin come back and
at
revisit
his
own
age now.
Yes, yes.
I did have a legitimate question to ask, Your Honor, and that's why I lit up my light before.
Okay, please.
Before my own light bulb was lit. Yeah, I was guilty of that. I did that at any time I could when I was 18. And D.N. Jackson, great corner. But I want to know why it became non-conforming. That old tavern, yes, it seemed to look the other way when we would come in high school and after high school. But it's really a historic location. Why did it become non-conforming?
So I will give a little bit background, I know, and certainly just defer to Mr. Lowenstein for additional details. But essentially today, if the tavern use expires or does not reopen timely, it's my understanding then that it would be impossible to reestablish it because certain distance restrictions cannot be met, and those distance restrictions cannot be waived or varied on top of that.
No one's.
Correct.
Okay, so it's new stuff. Okay, well, that always makes it a little harder, but
Right.
it always looks like it has a strike against it with the non-conforming language.
Yeah.
I did not play slot machines, only a sucker plays slot machines. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you.
Okay, there is a motion here made by
Madam Mayor, if I
Councilman
may just
Barlow.
clarify.
Yes, please.
To the councilman's concern of a one-year extension, that is already encapsulated in the conditions as is. So his motion is just approved with condition, and he'd be fine.
So move.
We're having to dial down to number 75. An oral vote. Okay, let's hear by ayes. If it's approved, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go through the fun of the rest of them unless anybody else has anything to pull here forward? No. Okay. So we're starting with 70, ZON 71306, applicant SF601, LLC, owner 601 Bridger LLC and Devo LLC. Request for rezoning from R4 high-density residential C2 general commercial on .39 acres, located at 305 and 309 South 6th. The related item, number 71 VAR 71307, a request for variance to allow 31 parking spaces where 53 are required. And related item, agenda item 72 VAR 71308, and a request for a variance to allow 0-foot front yard and corner yard setback where 10 feet is required, and to allow an 8-foot tall wall fence within the front yard setback where 5 feet with 50% visibility is the maximum allowed. And related item 73 agenda, SDR 71310, and a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 15,723 square foot office building with waivers to allow 0-foot wide landscape buffers along the north and west perimeter where 15 feet wide buffers are required, and 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the south and east where 8 feet wide buffers are required on .54 acres located southeast corner of Bridger and 6, C2. General commercial R4 high density residential zone, proposed C2 general commercial Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Agenda item 74, VAC 71246, applicant 123, 10th Street LLC, owner 123 10th Street LLC et al., on a request for a petition to vacate a public alley north of Fremont between 10th and 11th Streets, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 76, RQR 69733, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Ferris Investments, Inc., on a request for required review of an approved variance V-0026-88 for an existing 65-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2002 Highland Avenue, Industrial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Number 77, RQR 69745, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., owner Dave Maddox, on a required review of an approved special use permit U0119-95 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3340 North Rancho Drive, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5. Thank you. Number 75, RQR 69747, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner, pardon me, Rancho LLC, NP Rancho LLC, required review and approved special use permit U003687 for an existing 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 199 North Rancho, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 79, RQR 69749, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Bartzis Mary 1 LLC, and a required review of an approved special use permit U026094 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3201 North Rancho, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. RQR 69755, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner John M. Selby and Penny Selby Trust, on a required review of an approved special use permit U010795 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 813 North Rancho Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Number 81, RQR 69756, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner 5041 North Rainbow Trust, on a required review of an approved special use permit U0099-9, U-0099-91 for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 5041 North Rainbow Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Ward 5, Councilman Anthony. And number 82, RQR 69757, applicant owner Concord Real Estate LLC, on a required review of an approved special use permit SUP 65894 for a proposed 91-unit single-room occupancy residence at 1000 North Main Street, C2 General Commercial, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 70 through 74, and all items are recommended for approval by staff. They are public hearings, which I declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on items 70 through 82? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on number 70 through 82? Minus 75, which we already did.
To approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve those items. Please vote and please post. And we will now move on to 87 through 98. Okay. Aren't we just having a good time here? Okay. 87, WVR 71294, and a request for a waiver to allow no streetlights which are required and to allow an intersection offset of 200 feet where 220 feet is required for proposed residential subdivision. Number 88, WVR 71295, and a request for a waiver to allow private streets to be developed to non-public street standards. Number 89, VAR 71296, and a request for a variance to allow a deviation from complete street standards for a proposed 18-lot residential subdivision. Number 90, TMP 71297, a request for a tentative map for a proposed 18-lot single-family residential subdivision, and the following related items, number 91 through 98, which are all requests to allow a 38-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is required for the lots, as I'll read, of a proposed 18-lot residential subdivision. 91, VAR 71286 for Lot 1. Number 92, VAR 71287 for Lot 2. Number 93, VAR 71288 for Lot 3. Number 94, VAR 71289 for Lot 4. Agenda item 95, VAR 71290 for Lot 5. Agenda item 96, VAR 71291 for Lot 6. And 97, VAR 71292 for Lot 13, and number 98, VAR 71293 for Lot 14. The applicant owner is Touchstone Lone Mountain LLC on 9.94 acres of north side of Rosada Way, approximately 320 feet west of TP Lane, RE Residence Estate Zone. The Planning Commission recommends approval and staff recommends denial on all items. These items are in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Fiore and are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present? Hello.
We are. Dustin Manning, 9205 West Russell Road.
Do you want to get closer to the mic so we can hear you, please?
Dustin Manning, 9205 West Russell Road.
Okay.
I have with me Wes Petty, our engineer.
Address is 1555 South Rainbow.
Okay, do you want to tell us something about it, or should we go to the public hearing? What are these, the cards on this?
These are number 6.
Oh, okay, we're still okay.
I think we can go to the public hearing first.
Okay, do you want to make comments first on your denials?
Sure, Madam Mayor.
And then we'll hear from the public.
No unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented to warrant the need of the requested waivers and variances to allow residential development with no sidewalks or streetlights and reduced front yard setbacks. As such, staff's recommending denial of all the applications, with the exception of the waiver, I believe. I'm mistaken, sorry. No, we're recommending denial of all applications.
And what are the size of these lots, all of these? Are these those bigger lots as in the northwest? For horses and everything?
These are RE lots, so they would be a minimum size of 20,000 square feet.
Which is ostensibly how much an acreage?
Half acre.
Half acre lot.
A little
That's the
less.
smallest.
The smallest lot, that's the minimum size, but they could be larger than that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward. Okay, hearing none, I will move on and close the public hearing. And so, any comments you want to? Councilwoman.
Yep. So, before I make my motion, I would like staff to prepare a memo that outlines the differences between the requirements for developments in the city and developments in the county and RE districts. Because it's my understanding that this waiver and the following waivers and variances would not be required if this development was in the county. So the reason why I say that is because our ward is very rural. And there's a lot of neighborhoods that bump up to Commissioner Brown's and Commissioner Kirkpatrick's area that don't have streetlights, that have horse trails that are kept. So I really need, when I'm looking at developing in that area where Mr. Brown and Mrs. Kirkpatrick is right next door to me, I have to keep it the northwest. And so I would definitely like to have that memo to me. And then with that, I'm going to move to approve WVR-71294 with all your staff conditions.
Okay, so I think we have to take these one at a time, or can we take them all together? One at a time? Okay, so Councilwoman, do you have a motion on 87, please?
Yes, I move to approve 87 WVR-71294 with all staff conditions.
Okay, there's a motion to approve number 87. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. How about on 88, please? And all you have to do is motion to approve subject to conditions.
Okay, so I don't have to read the number?
No.
Okay, so I move to approve with all staff conditions.
Okay, on 88, correct?
I motion to approve with staff conditions.
On number 88.
88.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. How about 89?
I move to approve with all staff conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 89. Please vote and please post. Councilman Coffin?
Before we go further, before I vote, let me just ask you this.
Your microphone.
The motion that's been made is to approve with all staff conditions, but this has already gone through the Planning Commission as well. Is it too restrictive if we say staff conditions, or can we say including Planning Commission conditions, or should we just say with all conditions without saying the body?
Madam Mayor, I
understood?
mean, Val can pipe in on this, but if you is subject to conditions, I think it just defers to what would be the standard conditions listed in the staff report.
My
So,
point is, I just
matter of
want to make sure
preference.
that if you say with all conditions, that would include those that had been agreed upon at the Planning Commission meeting, I suppose, which were your conditions and maybe some members of the Planning Commission. That happens.
That is correct.
So I just wanted to make sure that when we get specific about whose recommendations or conditions are being imposed, that we not exclude some.
Right.
All right?
Understood. So you can say subject to all conditions, and that would capture all conditions.
I'd just like to say,
feel better
Madam
with that.
Mayor, that when I came on the council, that's what they told me to say. Subject to all conditions, is what they told me at that time.
But as Councilman Barlow just said, we have on times often been recommended by planning some of the conditions, and we have denied them. So at this point, we're working off of what the conditions this body has approved.
All conditions of the past year.
Right, here, the conditions here. Okay, so did you approve agenda item, where am I, 89? Oh, Councilman Coffin's vote, that's what we're waiting for.
But it's not there anymore. So just vote me aye.
Okay, and post, please. And that motion carries. We'll go on to agenda item 90, please, Councilwoman.
I move to approve agenda item 90.
Thank you. Subject to conditions. There. All conditions, thank you. Okay, there's a motion on 90, please vote and post, and that motion carries. Let's go to 91.
I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion 91. Please vote. And the motion carries. 92.
I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on 92. Please vote and please post. And on to 93.
I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 93 and 94. Oh, posting, sorry. Motion carries. 94.
I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. Agenda item 94, motion to approve, subject to all conditions. Please post. That carries. Number 95.
I motion to approve, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. A motion to approve on 95. Please vote and post. Motion carries. 96.
I move to approve, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. A motion to approve on 96. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. 97.
I move to approve with all staff conditions.
Thank you. A motion on 97 to approve. Please vote. All conditions. And now on to the final one, 98. Wrong, but not the final one, 98.
90.
Councilwoman? You have to punch your little vote. There it is, and let's move on to 99, please. 98, sorry, 98.
I move to approve with all staff conditions.
Thank you. There's motion to approve with all
Is that
conditions.
Conditions
98,
or all conditions, or?
So I move to, I move to approve with the conditions that my builder conditioned and went through the planning commission. So I move to approve with what we agreed upon and what is here in front of this body, to be crystal clear. I move to approve what they want to build because they are great. How about that?
That's
Thank you.
clear.
We approve.
Yeah. All right, 99, please. After the 99, please move on this one.
Just a question
Oh,
on
I
the
have to
previous
read
ones.
99?
What happened that night, Your Honor? I'm just curious, what happened that night? All kinds of people were missing from Planning Commission, then some show up. Was that a bad night? We had anywhere from 4 to nothing to 5 to 6 to 7 to nothing votes. Okay, all right. I just wondered if people were abstaining and we weren't seeing it.
Okay, let's
Through you,
move on to
no, there weren't
agenda.
abstentions. As far as I recall, some individuals may have been in the back room and then coming forward in between.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on to your item. Now, agenda item 99, VAR 71086, public hearing. Applicant owner DCB Inc. for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 10-foot tall block wall with chain link fence and razor wire where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed. The west perimeter, at 11-foot tall block wall with chain link fence with razor wire where 8 feet is the maximum height allowed along the north perimeter. An 11-foot tall chain link fence with razor wire where 5 feet is the maximum height allowed along the east perimeter. At 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for an existing shade structure with razor wire and razor wire on interior screen walls on .23 acres at 47 30th Street, M Industrial Zone in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, the Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Hi, my name is Doug Williams. I'm the president of the Plumber Inc. and DCB Corporation, and I appreciate you guys allowing us to speak today in trying to get this variance. I've been in that neighborhood for 30 years. I've seen everything from shootings to open drug deals to, things that you cannot imagine. I think it's important to note that the walls that are there have been there since my family bought that building back in the late 80s. And I think it's also important, and we tried to get this across at the Planning Commission stage, that the pictures that you have are outdated. There has since been some changes made at the request of planning, like raising the block wall in the back, getting rid of that piece of gate that was there on a temporary basis because somebody had cut my fence and broken in, and all of that has been done now. I love the neighborhood. The neighborhood has been very good to me, but unfortunately it's surrounded by some really bad apples, and I get it, these guys are trying to make it, but I would rather they stay out of my yard.
Thank you very much. My brother Doug also has a hearing impairment, so I serve as counsel at DCP. My name is Attorney Don Williams. I was also a plumber by trade, and I guess my dad wanted me to go to law school, so I went ahead and did that. I would, if it's okay, Mayor Goodman, like to show you just a few pictures, and I will be extremely brief. This just gives you, hopefully those will come up, but this just gives you kind of an idea of what they are faced with down in the neighborhood. It's a constant issue. I think this one here paints probably a clearer picture.
Can you twirl it,
I can.
please?
Those are my brother's notes on that, not mine, but nonetheless, I would agree that it can get scary. They actually shot some video and encouraged this gentleman to please come off the fence, and I believe that he did. We were requested by Romeo, who has been kind to us and tried to work with us, and we tried to work with him on July 5th to put 3 courses of block wall to try to even out the heights. And that's exactly what you'll see there. You'll see that, it looked one way, and then my brother went so far and added those courses of wall to make it more uniform. I do have the email exchange in that regard, and that just sits there. We could read it if you would like, but again, just trying to comply with what Romeo suggested. This picture here shows the shade structure. Now, that shade structure has been there for many, many years, actually prior to DCB purchasing the property. It is it is well into the ground and would be extremely, extremely difficult to move. Also, just so you're clear, it runs on the same lot line as the building. So there's a 0 lot line on the building, and when it was constructed, it runs just similar to that, same lot line. But again, that was to protect workers, from the elements while they did what they had to do, which was work. This gives you a little bit of an idea. This was a temporary measure in the past to keep people out of the yard, and again, it's been corrected by raising the block wall. With regard, some of the pictures deal with the razor wire, and all of these issues were kind of lumped into one for you, which would be the storage containers, the wiring, et cetera. As I look back now, I wish they would have been separated. I think it would have been more clear for the Planning Commission, but they were lumped into one. The razor wire is there. We would encourage you to not tell us to take that down. It's not a tit for tat, but I have to mention, because it would be unfair to mention anything else except to say that the razor wire is throughout that neighborhood, and for the precise reason that we showed you in the first couple of pictures. I'm going to let my brother speak to this particular picture briefly, but it has to do with the chain link fence and what is going on with that right now.
Yeah, well, what we did is that we put a block wall up to match the existing block walls, and then all of the chain link fence that you can somewhat see in front of there will be pulled out of there. It has been there for 30-something years, and it is an eyesore. What caused a lot of this is I tried screening in every bit of that so that the neighborhood did not have to see everything in my yard. And when Beth, the inspector, was down there cleaning up the neighborhood, and I will tell you, she's done a very good job getting all the junk cars out of there. But as soon as she's seen that screening, I was told the screening doesn't comply with city standards and had to come down. Once the screening came down, then the violation started because she was able to measure block walls and things like that. Even though they were existing, I get it. She has a fiduciary duty to write us up for whatever violations that she sees.
And then last of all is simply a picture that depicts the lot lines and where things sit right there at 47 North 30th. Again, the majority of the structures in this area are on the 0 lot lines. So respectfully, we would just request the variance that is put in front of you today. I think we just went a little bit fast in the Planning Commission. The meeting went fast, we went fast, and I think there was just, there just wasn't a great consideration, frankly, of what we have done down there to try to satisfy staff. So I think that's really about it. I would add just one point. I think you've got 13 cards of support now. I know 10 for sure. I think there were 3 more submitted. I'm not aware of any oppositions from any of the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Let me open the public hearing. Anybody who wishes to be heard on this item, please state your name for the record, and thank you.
My name is Signe Kell, and we have property at 25 North 30th Street. I go in by myself. I don't go to my shop unless I take my 3 dogs that make a total of over 300 pounds. You come in, before I let the dogs out, I have to go through my yard. There are needles, marijuana, trash, used condoms everywhere, used female products everywhere. I don't need this. If we had walls, nobody's going to do their little duty out in the yard and throw a used, you know what, over 11 feet of wall, because it's probably going to hit it and come back and hit them, and which I would like, but I don't feel safe. I have my dogs with me. If I'm going by myself, someone's there, or Doug knows if I'm there myself, he comes and checks on me. And I'd feel that we should be able to protect ourselves. It is zoned industrial, and you do have kids climbing over it. I have gone to my yard, and there's people out there having a visit in my yard. They've climbed my fence. And now what am I going to do? Go out and throw rocks at them? So we do need your help in being able to build walls high enough to keep them out. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Donald Mosley, 1127 Westland Drive. I was at the location about 3 hours ago, and it's clearly an industrial area. I think probably we all know that, but it's in disrepair. It's really a wreck. There are various fences of various kinds, gates, prefabs, one thing or another. And to me, it looks to me this would improve the situation. And I could understand the apartment complex adjacent. Perhaps they're opposed, I don't know, but I would think that if I lived on the 2nd floor, there's 3 floors, I would want a wall between me and what's going on in these industrial areas where all this work's going on. I'd rather look at a wall than over someone's a smaller wall, shorter wall, and see what's going on in the back. But I don't know if you had an opportunity to go down there, but it's a wreck. And these looks to me like these people are trying to improve it. I think we need to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. We'll close public hearing and turn it over to planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff has recommended denial of the applications as the result of self-imposed hardship. The Planning Commission recommended denial on a 4-3 vote as they did not support the razor wire. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilman.
Thank you, ma'am. The issue is security, not aesthetics. It is an area where we shouldn't be so concerned about aesthetics, because this is an industrial park with an awful lot of value, so it's a target of thieves and the usual folks that want to do as has been described as their duty or whatever it was. But nevertheless, plumbers are probably as vulnerable as anybody, because with all the copper and brass they have, I could see where they would be, always under the looking glass. So I'm going to support this, but it brings to mind, I think, what Judge Mosley has said, that we really ought to think about that. We encouraged people to move into this industrial area. We really did. And if we have allowed it to become junky looking, especially to the outside, then we have to consider possibly establishing some kind of standards at least for the exterior appearance. But I can support this. It's probably overdue, and maybe there will be others coming forward if we do this, which is I'm fine with. This is, again, industrial manufacturing. It is not something where we're going to worry about who might accidentally get caught on the razor wire. That's just unfortunate. I wish we could be totally protective of everyone but we can't protect stupid people, you know? So I will move for the approval
Madam
of
Mayor,
this matter.
Yes,
could
please,
I ask him a
Councilwoman.
couple
Sure.
of questions? I noticed on some of the wall that they had up, they had the bars where you could get a foot in there and maybe lead up. We had a problem in our side, and we got the bars closer together so they could use it as a means of moving up. In addition, we put that, because we were told you couldn't have razor wire. We made the gentleman take it down. We were told that the city does not allow it. So we then took where the razor wire was, you know, and made that turn where it isn't straight up and it turns. And that made it so that when they got to the top, they couldn't get over very easily without really endangering themselves. And I wondered, could they do that there? I mean, I know you'd have to be higher than the 8 feet, but I'm wondering if they could do that there without the razor wire. My concern about the razor wire is I just wonder if that would put the city in a bad legal situation.
Razor wire in a place where people can get at it by accident, I think if we allowed razor wire around parks, swimming pools, where anybody could access it, would have a problem. But putting razor wire on top of fences where people aren't supposed to be, I don't think there's a problem. There's an aesthetic problem, but there's not a liability problem.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
that goes to show you how things change, because I swear to God that they told us no razor wire. But anyway, it does look better anyway, and it seems to keep them out. I just wondered.
Well,
Thank you for sharing that. All right, so your motion is to approve?
yes, ma'am, I won't belabor it.
Okay, on
to approve
agenda item
99.
100, there's a motion to approve. Please vote
I think it's
and
99.
please post.
I think it's 99. 99, Mayor Goodman.
Oh, excuse me, 99, where am I? I went up ahead one. 99
Okay, thank
is
you,
right.
Mayor.
Good catch. Thank you. On 99, right. And please post. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 100, VAR 71238, public hearing, applicant owner James Wolf. Possible action or request for variance to allow a 3-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for proposed 944 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 garage on .40 acres at 4001 Tyler William Lane, R-PD2 residential plan development, 2 units per acre, zone, and Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, and are you representative or are you it?
I'm James Wolf.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members.
Okay, do you want to tell us anything about this proposal?
Yeah, I moved into the house in about 2012, and in the neighborhood, we have about 5 accessory garages. There's one actually right next to me with a 3-foot setback. They changed the zoning in 2011 to 10 feet. Before, it was normal 3-foot building requirements. We bought the house because it has a big property, and I had the intentions of building a garage because I saw my neighbor had one. I thought I could do it someday too. Come to find out, they changed the zoning, so here I am before you. I just want to be able to secure my vehicle, my property, and inside a garage. I think it looks better inside than on the side. It is RV parking. All the houses in the development have RV parking. At the zoning meeting, I had the support of my neighborhood association, the architectural review committee, and a bunch of my neighbors came. I tried to get them to come today. However, it is during the week and most people had to work. So I asked them to fill out the cards and send them in. Other than that, I just want to build a garage to secure my property.
Looks good to me, but I'm not in charge here, so. Anybody, public hearing, come forward on this particular agenda item 100? Going to close it, turn over to Mr. Summerfield. This is your baby.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, this is a variance, and unfortunately, there's no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance that has been presented to justify the variance. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the application as a result of it being a self-imposed hardship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, and I had the privilege of watching all of these items before Planning Commission, so I heard from the residents there, and some folks opposed, some folks were in agreement. And looking at this and understanding the neighborhood, because it's right down the street from my house as well. So I'm very familiar with this community, and you're right, there are a number of homes in the community that has the same formal type structure, and you're going to mask as far as the stucco and the rooftop, you're going to make it look identical to your structure of your home.
Exactly the same. And I'm going to paint, when I paint the garage, I'm going to paint the house to match just the same with the approved colors from the neighborhood.
Okay, and if you have any paint left over, I'm kidding. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and move for approval of this item subject to all conditions. And just, if you will, as your neighbors' concerns are, you know, I know it's kind of tough to massage some of the bent feelings, but it is most definitely important for we as neighbors to get along and communicate. So I ask that we continue to keep the lines of communication open in order to bridge some of those gaps that have been bent, if you will. So I appreciate all the work that you've done in bringing this forward, because others basically built their structures and then came and asked for permission later. And so I appreciate you for coming out and doing your due diligence and speaking to your neighbors and communicating with them as to what your wishes are. And so for that, your wish has been granted, contingent upon the vote here today. So the motion on the floor right now is for approval, subject to all conditions. Planning?
No, they did it. We're good.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion to approve agenda item 100. Please vote. Please post, and happy building. And I think he was going to ask you to share your paint with him, but we're not going there. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 101, VAR 71281, public hearing, applicant owner Ronald Ripp for possible action or request for variance to allow a 2-foot corner side yard setback and a 7-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required for a proposed 982 square foot expansion of a single-family dwelling on .42 acres at 1608 Concordia Place, R1 single-family residential zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Applicant or representative present.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Ron Ripp. I currently reside at 823 Park Paseo, and this property at 1608 Concordia will be my dream home, my retirement home. I'm a longtime resident of Las Vegas, a very long-time resident of downtown, and I'm proud to present this to you. What I'd like to show you is what we have now along Oki. This is a view on the back of my property. This is from Planning Commissioner Trinity Schlottman's property, and I'd like to say that I have his full support, as well as my other neighbor, Steve Evans, and County Commissioner Chris Giuncadiani. She supports the project. And what we would like the project to become, instead of the 4-foot buffer that I have along Oki now, we'd like it to become something more like this, where I have 7.5 feet. I have more room for landscaping, lighting, and I can blend everything into what the architects have proposed. And what we're working on currently is something more contemporary, more update, and what we're trying to do is improve not only my property, but the neighborhood as well.
Beautiful.
Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item, which is agenda item 101? I will close public hearing, and I will turn over to Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to overbuild this residential lot, and as such, staff is recommending denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman, it's yours.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This area has a complicated history because residents, there's some new residences and old residences. One thing that I think I like about this is that there is a wall, essentially a removal of a wall along Oakey, which looks like a bowling alley. If you're going down from, say, 15th Street on down to 17th or 18th, past the old temple, you realize that it's walls upon walls, and it looks like a flood channel. Breaking it up is a good thing, so that's in its favor. The only thing that wasn't in my first approval radar area was the idea of moving the house or structure closer to the street, Concordia. And so I was concerned about that because you have neighbors, three houses on that little cul-de-sac. But you'd be pushing your property, your physical assets out a little further than the other people behind you. So I had staff go out and look, and they felt it would work. I talked to some neighbors there. And I don't know if you knew that or not, but we try to follow their wishes if we can.
Absolutely.
You must be a good neighbor. They've undoubtedly figured out that you're going to be good for them because no protests came from the people on your block. We had one or two come from an area nearby, but not in visual sight of your house. So I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure what discussion took place at Planning Commission. Certainly, from the surface, it would look like something they would oppose without having seen what you have done here. But you've picked up Commissioner Giuliani and Steve Evans, close neighbors who are obviously care about that particular neighborhood. So I know that this will work, so therefore I'm going to move for approval of item number 101.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 101. Please vote and please post. Can't wait to go see you in your new home.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations. Good work.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda items 102 and 3 have been obeyed to the 15th of November, so we are on to 104. SUP 71230, public hearing, applicant owner Renee Page, possible action appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 3284 Mustang Road, RE Residence Estate Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Renee Page. I live at 3357 Remuda Trail in Las Vegas.
Cute.
I am local. I am approximately 15 to 20 minutes from my applicant site, which is the 3284 Mustang Street. I've met with most of you. You've had an opportunity to look at my project. I appreciate your time and consideration. Councilman Barlow, I am your constituent. I would like the opportunity not only to partner with you, but also other council members and you, Mayor, to create a workable plan here in Las Vegas and to be a model short-term rental property. I understand that neighborhoods are the fabric of our communities, and it is very important that, best said by Councilman Barlow, we do get along with our neighbors. I have put forth an effort to try to contact anybody that has been in opposition to explain to them what I am going to or what the plan is to do with the property and to answer any of their questions. I am asking for your support and for your vote of approval.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and be sure to state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Gerald Duncan, Rancho Benito Estates. I oppose this short-term rental. It's located near a church and as such seems inappropriate or inappropriate. And in addition, it's a residential area, and these don't belong in residential areas. I'd also like to point out that on October the 12th, Forbes magazine had an interesting article in which they pointed out that Airbnb is starting to brand apartment complexes. Airbnb, a $31 billion, a company worth $31 billion, they're no longer wanting to just be a platform anymore. They're looking at branding. They're paying they're offering people, potential affiliates, 15% incentive. This is all down in Florida. But it's pretty clear that the end result of what started out as the so-called home sharing phenomenon is big business, and if we're not careful, we're going to wind up with a bunch of Airbnb or VRBO suites in the middle of our residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bruce Hamburg, and I oppose on this because we do have a lot of properties in that area. I have the one on 3440 Mustang Street in that rural neighborhood. We do have a school, R.E. Tobler, which will land there, and that zone turns into a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit at 5 o'clock in the morning, or 7 o'clock in the morning, excuse me, and there's no sidewalks. The kids do walk to school, and they are on the street because they have no sidewalks, because it's all horse property. And I have a lot invested in there. You see, I got a lot of taxes there. And the properties I have in that rural neighborhood is 6708 Atwood, 6687 Atwood, 6680 Atwood, 3275 Sarin, 3440 Mustang, 3515 Bronco, and 5969 Duncan, and 5908 Duncan. And we have a park there, Children's Memorial Park, and I don't want to see somebody familiar with the neighborhood adding another child to that park. So I oppose it.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Rizzo on behalf of the Vegas Vacation Rental Association. I'm here on behalf of Renee, just to let you know that she is a member of our association. Know her well. She's one of the good operators. We understand there's concerns, obviously, from the neighborhood about what kind of use this is, and I can tell you, like I say, Renee is one of the good operators. She abides by all of our practices that we try to share with our group. She does very well to screen her guests, to look out for the neighborhood. She's met many of the neighbors, and some of the neighbors are in support of her, as well as our association. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, your name, please.
Yes. My name is Leilani Antoine, 6680 Atwood, and I have a lot of property in that area. My church right next door to her rental, short-term rental. My children, my grandchildren walk to the school, R.E. Tobo. We drive golf car, we drive wagon, take the kid to school. The street, no sidewalk. I believe short-term rental, but not there.
Thank
and
you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's just wrong place.
Okay.
Thank you. A lot
Thank
of
you.
children there.
Thank you. Ma'am? Hi.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Duncan. I live at 1716 Adler Court in Rancho Bonito. Briefly, this pertains to all the items regarding short-term rentals. They negatively impact the quiet enjoyment of our homes and our neighborhoods. Our financial investment is adversely affected. We do not have the security or the safety for our residents, especially our kids and grandkids, with STRs present among our homes. And there are many more reasons for our objections. But also, allowing these STRs in our city is now causing a huge increase in our rental rates, as many of the homes once used for long-term renters are converted. This very thing is happening in my family. Families with low to moderate income can't afford or find affordable rents because of the scarcity of the units available. I have thought about any positive or beneficial aspect of having STRs in our neighborhoods, and I can't come up with a single one. It is just wrong to negatively impact so many residents of our neighborhoods for the financial benefit of one person who many times does not even live in our city. we really should not be having commercial businesses in our neighborhoods. Would you please consider this when you vote? And I thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, your name, please?
Davies.
Julie? Julie?
Julie Davies, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. And I also represent the Vegas Vacation Rental Association. I speak in favor of Renee's application. I too have spoken with her. I've looked at her, the way that she will run her short-term rental, and it would be within best practices, which I teach all over the country, so I understand what is a good short-term rental and what isn't. Now, the Vegas Vacation Rental Association is only speaking today in support of Renee's application. We don't want operators who will not be following best practices either. We want people who will be in neighborhoods doing what is right. Now, the gentleman talked about Airbnb and how they're branding. The way to get control of the short-term rental situation is to have reasonable regulations and code enforcement. Those municipalities that have just tried to do a blanket ban, which has been effectually done in Las Vegas, are the ones that have them go underground, and they have the Airbnbs and some of the other bad operators become so numerous and so problematic in apartment buildings and other things because they're doing the prohibition. What the best thing to do is to do the regulations and enforce the code. Now, the city passed very strict code. I think unreasonably strict. You know how I feel about it. But this, Renee has gone through the hoops. The city has done their job to do the inspections, and they have said that they approve. They recommend approval because they have looked at her and what she is doing. So I would encourage you to approve Renee's application. And again, thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name's Holly Ribney. I know this area, and I didn't know it until I actually came to the meeting today, but it's very rural. And the short-term rentals, the only difference between them and a long-term rental essentially is that the parties change. People come to Las Vegas and they want to use the short-term rentals because they don't want to be on the Strip where all the craziness is going on. That's not true of all, of course. But in this area, I can't see that people who would want to rent this house would want to be party people, simply because of where it's located. And I actually used to work across the street from this house a couple of times a week. I would take care of somebody's dog. And it's a quiet place. I don't think that that's going to change because of the people who come to the rural short-term rentals. And I just wanted to, add that in, that if there's problems, there are resources to regulate them. But up until now, there's no problem. So. When people come to rent a house in the rural areas, it's so that they can stay away from the elements and the noise on the Strip. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Raymond Dunn, 6341 Lawton, and I just wanted to speak to the issue that was brought forward about let's regulate the short-term rentals so that we can control them over the Airbnbs that are already being done without licenses and the home swapping programs that are online. The fact of the matter is that we have speed limits in every state. And every day on my way to work on the 15 southbound at 6:30 in the morning, if I'm not over the speed limit, I feel like I'm going to be run over. Regulation and laws about it, unless there is enough enforcement behind the law, doesn't work. We finally given into the marijuana in the state of Nevada. We've given in to the fact that we can't possibly police it well enough, so we've tried to regulate it and take the taxes to help with the problems that come along with it. I don't think that it's a situation that regulation can control. The only place where there's a difference is a bed and breakfast where the owner is on site. So I just feel that it's important to bring that forward about regulation of it. You can regulate it, but without enforcement, the regulations and the laws don't matter.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Kiki Garrett. I'm actually the neighbor directly behind Renee Page's property. I've actually been going around talking to neighbors, the churches, seeing how they feel about it. I'm lucky enough that I met Renee when she first moved in, so I've had a relationship with her, gotten to know her, how she is, how her family is. We are in complete support of her. I am also willing, and I have told her that since we live directly behind her, any issues that come arise, we will let her know. I know how she is, and she's not a party house or what people think it's going to be. But I am there. I work from home. I'm there all the time. Mom's there. Someone's always home. We would be more than willing to look out for the house and make sure that everything's going the way it should. And I do have a copy of all the ordinances and make sure that they are followed.
That's very strong. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and anything to add, Mr. Summerfield there?
Madam Mayor, the proposed four-bedroom short-term rental will not be owner-occupied, and therefore that is why it's here for a special use permit and needs the approval today. All the other code requirements are being met, and staff finds that the use is appropriate for this location and recommends approval. To be clear, the evaluation today is only for the land use, not anything regarding the operator. The Planning Commission, however, did find that the proposed use would not be compatible with the surrounding area, and therefore they did recommend denial of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything from code enforcement or licensing on this property?
For the record, Mary McElhone, no, but I would add that we have not had any concerns with this property as an unlicensed short-term rental.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman.
Thank you. And I really want to thank Renee. Come on back forward, Renee. I really want to thank Renee for meeting with me. I know you brought your consultant in also when we met, and then you met again, I believe, this week with one of my staff members. You came back in and you had a conversation. And in the process, because I'm very hands-on when it comes to neighborhood issues,
Yes.
and also the fact that I live in a neighborhood as well. I'm not sure if you knew that, but
I do know that,
I live in a neighborhood as well. And so I'm very familiar with the area. I'm very familiar with the neighbors. And I took it upon myself, as I traditionally do, specifically when I feel that this is a topic of concern that that I need to pay very, very close attention to. And so I took it upon myself to go door to door and speak to several of your neighbors. And I had the good fortune of meeting, if I have his name correct, is it John Shaughnessy? Shaughnessy. John Shaughnessy and his lovely wife, Kiki Shaughnessy, whom were very gracious and basically educated me on what they had done in relation to speaking with a number of people in the neighborhood as well. And she was fair. She mentioned the fact that there were a number of residents that were not for it, but there were a number of residents that were for it, which I found that to be true as well in my assessment, because I went door to door and spoke to several of the neighbors, and a few of them weren't home, but I had anticipated on going back. And so for that, as I shared with you originally, being that I had not reached all of the neighbors because of the fluctuation of their work schedules, to really get a clear grasp of how they felt about it, because this has been a very hot topic here lately. I know the councilwoman has moved an ordinance forward as it relates to short-term rental via Airbnb that is still in flux, and there's still another ordinance coming back with some adjustments as it relates to the topic surrounding this matter here before us. So to keep everything fair and honest, I'm not ready to, in fact, make a motion on this. I share with you that for that, I'm not in a position to approve you, but I don't want to hurt you because I understand at the same time all the work that you put into this and everything that you've done and really getting around and speaking to your neighbors. So this is what I'm going to suggest that we do is I would like to hold the item for approximately 30, 45 days because I want to host a neighborhood meeting because I too am affected by this. And the last thing that I want are for my neighbors to be knocking on my door every night because something is going on. And so therefore, I'm going to hold the item. We're going to hold a neighborhood meeting, and it'll give everyone an opportunity to be in the same room and give you an opportunity to speak with them as well. Have you held a neighborhood meeting?
No, sir, I have not. It was not recommended.
15 November or 6 of December.
Okay, and so staff, when these items come before us as far as short-term rentals, Airbnbs, do they not, are they not required to host a neighborhood meeting specifically when they ask for a special use permit?
No, Councilman, there is no requirement for a neighborhood meeting on a special use permit application. General plan amendments are required per state statute to have the neighborhood meetings as well as some major modifications to plans. Those are the only application types within the Unified Development Code that require it prior to being heard by the Planning Commission and then on to City Council. But at your discretion, you can ask for a neighborhood meeting on any application type.
Right, and I think what we need to do moving forward, specifically as this these applications continue to come in, because I know watching Planning Commission for the last 2 consecutive Planning Commissions, there's been several 14-plus applications that came across Planning Commission in regards to short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas, and in particular in Ward 5. And so I believe this is an opportunity for us to make a decision as to whether or not we're going to move in the direction of short-term rentals or Airbnb. And the Airbnb, to my understanding, there must be someone on site, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, someone on site that has to live there? Which one do you have to live there?
There's only one use category, and that's short-term rental. It's conditional if you're 3 bedrooms or less and owner-occupied, and if you meet the condition, then you can just go towards the licensing portion.
Right.
If you're not owner-occupied or 4 bedrooms or more, you have to request a special use permit. As part of the special use permit, if the council directs staff, we can request that the applicants hold neighborhood meetings prior to Planning Commission, but it's not required by code. So if they don't hold one, that's,
So what is it that we must do in order to provide it by code? Because I would like to see it move in that direction, because what that does is it gives the residents an opportunity to sit down with the applicant, and before the applicant starts spending all this money, because Renee and others have spent a lot of money to prepare these facilities, homes, for what their plans are, but that may not be the plan of the neighbors. And so if in fact we can basically get everyone talking early enough to basically help mitigate a lot of the issues, then it wouldn't be such a dump on Planning Commission and wouldn't be such a dump on the City Council as it relates to the vetting of the conversations amongst neighbors as well as the applicants. So what I would like to do is basically have a further conversation in regards to how we structure that moving into the future. And so I would like to continue that conversation. But as it relates to the application before us, what I'm going to do is obey the item, Renee, so that we can have a neighborhood meeting and get some more input, because there's a lot of your neighbors that are completely not in support of this application, but there are a few. But there's more people that are not in support than there are in support.
If I may.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman, I think, I certainly agree with what you're saying here, but what I find unusual and compelling is that you live 15, 20 minutes away wherever you live, but the fact that you have a resident person right behind the property that's there all the time.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a most unusual and different set of circumstances, because I really, knowing that we've been dealing with this for quite some time, as a general rule, those of us who have homes and put our money in there and want to come home to peace and quiet and solitude, we don't want to be disturbed by whatever would go on. But the reality is, in your particular instance, that you have this lovely lady that lives right behind the building that ostensibly is saying she's going to monitor it all the time for you, and the first complaints. So, I mean, to me, that's just an unusual statement, and I see Councilman Coffin.
Are you recognizing me? Thank you. Thank
Councilman
you.
Coffin.
I wanted to just say, ask Renee, how long have you been renting this out on a short-term basis?
It is not rented out on a short-term basis, sir.
What is it doing now?
It is actually just sitting vacant right now. When I purchased this property last year, I actually purchased 2 properties in the area. I was a travel nurse, traveling into different areas and contracts, came to Las Vegas. I've always loved it here. I purchased 2 homes. This was the home that I purchased as a second home. Over the winter, my elderly mother, her dementia has gotten quite bad. My rental property became empty or vacant, so I moved over there because it's a single story. This home is quite large. I am not able to have her there. I do not have a bedroom that is accessible on the first floor. So,
Let me ask you a question
Yes.
here. I'm just trying to get to a couple of quick answers.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
because I'm going to support the councilman on his motion. But I just wanted to know, how many other properties do you own? Because your paper, your letterhead says Renee Page Properties.
yes. And to address that, sir, when I was in Idaho, which is where I moved from, I actually was also a real estate broker up there. And in the very last page of my book that I provided all of you is a reference. At one point in time, I did manage 29 properties without any issues. Those were not all mine. I only own 2 properties here, and this will be my only short-term rental.
It's a beautiful home. It looks smaller. I mean, it looks like a small property on a large piece of land. But how many square feet is it?
I believe it's 33,
It is?
38, yes.
Oh, it's a
Or
beautiful
30,
home.
almost 3,400, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, I lean toward permitting just about anything that has an owner living in it, but not necessarily this kind of an arrangement.
She wants
All
to-
right, all right. That's enough for now.
Councilwoman Fiore, please, and then Councilman, you are also. Okay.
So, I travel a lot. I go to DC probably once a month, and I have kids, and we go to Disneyland, and I have 5 grandkids, and I use Airbnb all the time. I'll be in California in Anaheim. We have a 6-bedroom home, and the rules are strict wherever I go, whether it's DC or California. And I really want to make sure that we separate the bad apples from the good apples. And here in the city of Las Vegas, there's about 800 to 1,000 Airbnbs in our city. And there's 30 bad apples. That means there's 970 great apples that you guys don't even know about. And most of the time, when I see like a whole group of neighbors coming out, and the place hasn't been rented, it's vacant, and saying something against it, it's the first time the neighbors are even meeting the neighbors, okay? It's to oppose. And most of the people that, don't oppose it are quiet, silent majority. So we're going to be going through this up here in City Council a lot in the coming weeks and months. And I just want to make sure that, once again, my fellow peers don't paint a broad brush and deem everybody a party house when that's not so. I am a sitting councilwoman that uses Airbnb every time I travel. And it works. And they rate me. If I left their house a mess, I'm a 5-star resident in my Airbnbs. And all my Airbnbs have been fabulous. So, sometimes, I think we need to start loving our neighbors and start letting them Let them fail, and we can revoke their license. That's what you don't get. Let them do something wrong, and then we can take their license away. But to just come out and say, absolutely not, and you've never even tried it, you know, I'm going to follow my peer here because I have the utmost respect for Councilman Barlow. But I'm telling you, as we come down the pipeline, I mean, if you're a bad apple, denied. But if you're a good apple, you guys, you know, love your neighbor, give her a chance. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And down here, Councilman Anthony? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'll support Councilman Barlow's abeyance. I mean, it's never a bad idea to have a neighborhood meeting on a land use issue. Those are always good things. But this is going to be an interesting item because just so everybody's aware, I know a couple of the public comments where we need to prohibit short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas, where the way our policy is set up based on the last vote is short-term rentals are allowed in the city of Las Vegas as long as you get a special use permit. So in this particular case, Mrs. Page has submitted for a special use permit, and she was in my office yesterday talking to me, and I mean, this is a beautiful piece of property. It's absolutely gorgeous inside and outside. I have her packet here, and she's invested a lot of money in it. She has a neighbor that's going to keep an eye on it. The map that she has a lot of people. There are people that oppose it, but there are a lot of people that support it. She's got a 24-hour hotline. She has security cameras. She's got rules that are posted. I have complete confidence she's going to be a good operator. And today, just listening today, I cannot articulate a reason why she would not get a special use permit. I mean, I just can't think of a reason why she should not be granted that, except that you just don't want short-term rentals in your neighborhood. Well, that's not the way it works in the city. If we wanted to do away with short-term rentals, that would have been the rule. No short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas, but that's not our policy. So I'm looking forward to hearing, you know, what happens at the neighborhood meeting, but this seems like you're a perfect package to give somebody a special use permit. So I'll wait. I'm looking forward to hearing some more information, and I'll support the abeyance item.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, please.
I'd just like to share also, we had a great meeting yesterday as well, but as stated, I think we need a good example in this for our community, and this sounds like we could have a great opportunity to have a leader in our community. I will support Councilman Barlow's wishes. Always is good to talk to the community, but it sounds like we have somebody willing to step up and do what others haven't been willing to do before, and she's getting support, has a great support network, and we like that. So thanks for all your effort, and thanks for your neighbors for stepping up. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, wait a minute. Can I speak before you?
I'm so sorry. Yes, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman.
I wanted to say first, Councilman Barlow, that you can require that meeting. I mean, I have on the agenda today short-term rental that the community is not for. And I suggested to them, let's have a meeting and let's let them know all of the information and let's see if we can get the community to understand. But there is a lot of hatred. And you know something, I want to tell you, Michelle, is Michelle down there? Nope, she is. You know, it bothers me some when you say this about the hate. I think there's some of us on this council that have shown a lot of love for this community for a lot of years. And just because you're against short-term rentals that disturb individuals, that wreck neighborhoods, doesn't mean you have hate. And the group that's here tonight, I've told them, that I respect them and what they've done and how they've got together. But I never see them until we're going to put some requirements on what they do. I say to them, give me some ideas. Tell me what we can do, but don't just tell me that you're going to have everybody good and we're going to check everybody out, because as some of my constituents have said, you know, 2 weeks it's fine, and then wacko, you have a big thing that causes a big disturbance. 3 weeks it's fine, and then something else. So I feel it's very important, and I've spent 10 years on this. I hate short-term rental words now. Those 3 words, I'd be glad if you took it out of the vocabulary. I'd rather not even think about it. But I do know that there is some use for it. I do know that we, as far as I'm aware, are the only entity, government entity in southern Nevada that legally says you can have a short-term rental. B&B now gives us information. They've got about 9,000, almost 10,000 short-term rentals in the county, which is illegal. So, you know, this group originated in the county. What help have they given the county to try and take care of it? That's what I'm trying to say. You have to understand all this that we've been going through for the past 10 years. But I do agree with Ricky's motion, and I do think that this is one that could work out, particularly if the neighbors, you know, can understand, and I think you can do that through a neighborhood meeting. But I did want to tell you, when I have one like this, Ricky, you don't have to have it that it's written in your code or anything. You could just say, you know what, this isn't going to work this way. Let's have a neighborhood meeting. Now, I'm the one that's been the strongest in trying to regulate the short-term rentals, probably on the council, and I think I'm the first one who approved a short-term rental. I approved one on a street between Hinson and Charleston. In fact, they didn't even have to come to the council because I approved it automatic at planning. We have this other one. So we're doing short-term rentals. But I don't think you can just say, hey, we can have these and it's fine, or you don't need these requirements, or we're going to help. I want to see the help. I want to see what, you know, these are neighborhoods, and I strongly disagree that commercial should be in a neighborhood with families. You're either zoned residential or you're zoned commercial. Even in our rules, we call it commercial. But we're trying to do a little bit of the other, and I just think we can't lose fact of it is residential. I have people who come to me and they will say, why don't you get rid of them all? We want you to get rid of them all. And you can see, they're here today, by the way, and you can see why it's difficult to get rid of them all if you wanted to, number one. And number two, we can work together. I just wanted to mention that because I'm afraid we might have some more meetings where there might be feelings one way or feelings strongly the other way, and have some clashes. We've been working away from that. I even gave some ideas to the county group that has their shirts, you know, that mark them, of what they might do that have been done in other cities. So I just wanted to mention that to you.
Well, I love you. Thank you.
I know, I love you too. That's why I'm going through all this trouble.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you. And back to staff, before I make my motion, I would like to see a part of the special use permit process, being that we have so many short-term rentals coming before this council, to have implemented the neighborhood association meeting attached to the special use permit. That's a requirement for every short-term rental, so that we can get these neighbors engaged. Because it's too impactful for, 50, 60 neighbors to show up to the planning commission, and then we have, those neighbors that show up to city council, when in fact that could be vetted out in the neighborhood. And so that's the direction that I would like for you all to help me move in, and whatever we need to do to make adjustments, whether it be an ordinance or if in fact we can do it somehow administratively as far as from a policy standpoint. I would like to see that happen. So at this time, what I'm going to do is recommend that we obey this item until December 6th of 2017, which will give my office, I'm going to host a neighborhood meeting, okay? So the onus won't be on you, Renee. You spent enough money already. And so, and also, I'll use you as a pilot in the sense that to see how this works out from a neighborhood meeting standpoint, so that it'll also help me legislate from a policy standpoint, how in fact we can tighten up this issue of short-term rental to make it a more palatable experience for all involved as they come before the City of Las Vegas process. So that'll be my motion at this time. And
Okay,
my
there's
office
a
will be in
motion.
contact with you in the process.
There's a motion to obey till the 6th of December. Please vote and please post.
Mr. Barlow, will you have refreshments at that meeting?
Of course, I have refreshments at all of my meetings, Councilwoman.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I'm just
He'll
wondering
be in
what
touch
kind.
with you.
I think we should go.
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Mayor, where do I, this is 14 items of support in writing?
Right
give it
here
to
to
the
the
clerk.
Right here?
clerk,
Okay.
please. But you know, Councilman, as I hear this, what really was very swaying for me was the fact that you have somebody adjacent to your property that is the one that basically is the go-to person if it's untoward and something is out of whack. You'll want it as much. And so that's something to consider going forward, who, if in fact, and listening to with Councilwoman Fiore,
But-
because
but
we have
there's-
plenty on staff.
But there's no obligation to the neighbor.
No.
That's just a,
Right.
a neighborly agreement. But also, the way in which this parcel is configured, it's actually uniquely positioned because, for example, the Shaughnessy, the Shaughnessy family, you can't see their beautiful home because Renee's beautiful home is right in front of it. But they have a side driveway that unless you deliberately drive down that side driveway, you won't be able to see how big of a home and beautiful of a home, Kiki and her husband have behind it. But at the same time, you have other beautiful homes to the north of it, right on the same wall.
So your other
it's-
home where you
it's
live is in
interesting.
the county. You live in the county. So why don't you move into the city and move into this house and then throw that one out there for rental? It's a beautiful home. Anyway, don't answer that.
Okay.
It's just a little joke.
So,
Okay,
so,
thank you.
so
I
that-
did live there for 6 months. I love my home. And if my mother could live there with me, I would do that.
Beautiful. Well, we wish her
Okay.
well, and thank you very much.
So we'll host a neighborhood meeting and we'll try to sift through it and then I'll come back on December 6th with a decision.
Absolutely, and I am open to working with my neighbors and making a workable plan.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks to everybody for coming down. We'll move on to Agenda Item 105, and SUP 71301, public hearing, applicant Rafael Shaker, owner RZMZ Family LLC Series 2, possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed 1,600 square foot beer, wine, cooler off-sale establishment use at 1801 East Charleston, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, with Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon.
You're not on. Now you're on.
Good afternoon, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of Rafael Shaker, who's a new operator here in the Valley. Rafael wants to fit in well with his neighborhood. Following PC at the request of the neighbor, he's agreed to change the name of his business, and that appeared on the signage at the time. He's since changed the signage. He also agreed to an added PC condition that prohibits single sales, but would like to remove the mention of screw cap wine from what's listed in your staff report as a PC condition. Therefore, we would like the first condition to read, the sale of individual beer, wine, and coolers is prohibited. All products shall remain in their original containers as shipped by the manufacturer. That's all, thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this agenda item 105? A closed public hearing. I will turn it over to our wonderful planning. Anything on this before I give it to Councilman?
Madam Mayor, so there are no protected land uses within the 400-foot minimum accessory use permit distance requirements. Staff's recommending approval. The applicant is correct. The Planning Commission added a condition prohibiting individual containers of any size, beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine. In relation to the requested amendment to that, there is a little bit more to the condition that was there that was left off. It read, all such products shall remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Furthermore, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original packaging shall be permitted. So Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Laura, representing the owner, do you agree to the conditions as outlined by our staff, in addition to anything else that was required by the Planning Commission?
I do. As I was reading it through, it seemed somewhat redundant, so I wanted to keep it short, but I agree to what Mr. Lowenstein read out, so long as that we can have wine on site with the screw-off.
Well, I think that the language it's our common language here, sort of our term of art. It's crept in there, and it really should not be there. Some fine wines with screw tops. So we could probably just start eliminating that. I think it's an old prejudice long gone. So that would be one thing that we should allow to make sure that it's changed. Appreciate the owner cleaning up the appearance. That's always been a little bit of a sketchy corner, you know. It's just, but it's always had some sort of use, just like this. I used to live about 150 yards away in a house on Lewis, at the corner of Spencer and Lewis. So that's only very, very close. And so I know the area quite well. I think it'll be all right there. Your Honor, I'm going to move for approval with all the conditions that have been stated.
Okay. There's a motion to approve Agenda Item 105, subject to all conditions. Please vote. And please post. That was simple.
Is this a good vote?
There's a good vote. It's an easy vote. Did we get everybody? We sure did. And it passes. Thank you very much. As you know, 106, 107, 106 obeyed to the 3rd of January of 2018, and 107 is obeyed to the 1st of November. So we'll move on to agenda item. Oh, and we had a card here on 106, so let's keep that for then. For late, oh, I can give all this to you if you would. 108 we've taken care of. So we are into, right now, 108. Well, we're on, let's see, 106 I said is obeyed, 107's obeyed, so 108. We had the discussion, so Councilwoman, is there anyone here, public hearing on 108? Nope, so we will close it, and now you may vote your 108.
I move for denial primarily because this is in almost the center of the residential area. It's not on the outskirts, and I do not feel this would be good for that ambience of that neighborhood. So I move for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 108 to deny. Please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 109 has been obeyed to the 15th of November. And we are now on to 110, which is to set the time for appeals and filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements, and instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the Planning Commission and dangerous buildings nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. We will now move on to Citizen 111, which is citizen participation, and we do have a card here from John Picola. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Hi, I'm John Picola.
Oh, great.
I haven't been to a town council meeting in a while, but I would like to read a statement concerning Pop Squire Park and the meeting last week with Michelle Fiore.
Okay.
I can't ask no questions, right?
We can't respond to you.
Okay,
but
that's fine.
You have your full time.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Goodman, I recently had the privilege to attend your Coffee with the Mayor up at Red Rock Station. as a few weeks ago. And although I wasn't able to talk to you personally, I was able to watch and listen to you as you worked your way professionally through the crowd. You were very courteous, informative, and very decent to everybody who attended. Now, that being said, in complete contrast to your meeting, I was able to attend 2 meetings concerning Pop Squire Park put on by Michelle Fior. And I do have 2 emails that are open invites addressing the public and allowing them to come. The first meeting was put on by a representative of the developer. She spoke as to their intentions to remove a much-loved park and build a 3-story high-density apartment complex. The meeting was very organized and went smoothly from where I sat in the front row. There was no cussing, name-calling, or physical exchanges. The representative of the developer did have complete control of that entire meeting, and I was there for the entire duration of that meeting. The second meeting, Michelle Fior barreled into the room and started berating and bullying the entire crowd, saying multiple lies about the first meeting, which she never attended. She was not at the first meeting. We were. After about 90 seconds of listening to her berate everybody, I raised my hand and asked if she was even at that meeting. Her reply was that if I wasn't from Centennial Springs community, that I didn't belong there. I shouldn't be there. When I replied I was concerned about the park and I do own a home in the area, she basically pointed at the door and rudely said, "Get out." When I asked if she was serious, she referred to the marshals as her marshals, not the public's, her marshals. And she said she would have them remove me. About that time, not knowing what to do, as the marshals approached me and asked me to stand and leave, I felt I was forced to leave. Although the marshals were as confused as I was, they not only made me leave the meeting, but the entire building, and this was at the YMCA up in the northwest area of town. So that being said, not only was her treatment of me humiliating, embarrassing, and unwarranted, I believe it was completely unprofessional and unethical, and I am filing a complaint with the Attorney General, and I will file a complaint with the Marshal's Office. Now that we know Michelle's opinion of the community and the people that have elected her, and her stance on Pop Squire Park, well, I was going to ask you what your opinion was of that, but you can't answer, can you? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to put it out there that this woman is entirely a bully, and the way she runs over people is just completely unethical. She was put into office, she was elected into office, and for her to treat her constituents the way she did last week, I've never been talked to in a crowd or personally like that before, and I'm not going to sit there and listen to somebody treat the community the way she did. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Your Honor.
I'm going to, excuse me 1 second, please. I'm going to have to turn the meeting over to Councilwoman Tarkanian. I have a 3:30 meeting, but thank you all, and Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian will make sure that you're all heard and can make your comments. And my apologies, but I have something I'm not allowed to turn down.
Your Honor.
And it's not the IRS.
And could I just say, Mayor, that any comments that are made, we will convey them to her.
Yes,
right?
please. Yes, please.
Your Honor, if I might, Mayor Pro Tem, hello.
No, I'm okay here. I think.
Okay, yes, Councilman.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I was a victim of this kind of screed about a month ago, and you know, you just have to sit there and listen to it, and it's hard. I know that we have 2 new members, so it's very hard to sit and listen to people say things about you that may or may not be true, but certainly they seem to get exaggerated from what happened. However, I wasn't there, so I can't judge. My point is, though, we do this is their time, but we shouldn't let them run on and on and on. And if there's a time limit, that should be adhered to. And then in our own personal time, which is the next item of business, we can address and rebut what was said about us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker?
I'm here to reiterate what John said there. I was at the meeting also.
Name?
And I thank you for the opportunity to do this. This is just a
You have
short-
to give us your name, sir.
Rob Wells.
Rob Wells.
I live in Centennial Hills. I'm a homeowner up there, so I was at the meeting also. I received a notice from the counselor to attend an open meeting with her and the HOA from our area for Papa Squires Park at the YMCA. This meeting is to help us retain the park from an investor that wants to build apartments on the property of the park and more area around the vicinity. We want to save the park from being used for these apartments. My wife and I got to the YMCA early because of the number of people that were expected to attend this meeting. The counselor arrived late and did not even address the people as she walked in at her and looked at her phone as she walked down the aisle between all the chairs. She started to berate the audience with her vile attitude and arrogance by saying that she is in charge and will take no gaffe from anyone, and if you're out of line, you'll be removed by one of the 5 marshals that she brought with her. We were also wondering who paid for the marshals to be there, and were they on overtime? When the man in the back of the crowd, which was John, started to question her, she immediately asked him if he was a member, and he said no. She told the marshals to remove him, which you just heard. I've been in politics since 1965 back in New York, and I've worked with congressmen, senators, councilmen, and I've never, ever seen anybody like being dealt like this person did to us. I'm a veteran of the Air Force. I've never felt so low in all my life, just being in the presence there. When she threw somebody else out, I got up with my wife and we left. It just wasn't right what she was doing. We just felt that she just did not deserve to be in this position with her attitude and demeanor. It was unprofessional, definitely on her part, and it was not warranted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Next, and would you give your name first, please?
Yes, my name is Randall McGlade. First of all, City Council, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give my condolences to the City of Las Vegas and the citizens and most of all the families who suffered their losses last October 1st. It was a horrible incident, and it's something that the city will never forget. But City Council and ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could say it was a pleasure for me to be here, but unfortunately, it's undesirable circumstances that have brought me here. Many of you have heard about the public meeting that took place at the YMCA regarding the demolition of CP Pop Squires Park. Hashtag Save Pop Squires Park. I attended that meeting at the behest of my neighbors and to learn more about the issue at hand. I'd never been to a public meeting before. This is only my second one. It's actually a pleasure to see how it has been operating. Something I do take pleasure in, though, is green grass, trees, fresh air, and a place to enjoy it. I literally live 3 blocks from Pop Squires Park, and I do use it. I was distraught to hear that investors from Beverly Hills were going to rip up our beloved park and build a 3-story apartment complex. I was hoping to hear solutions on the community issue. For example, a risk assessment, a traffic study, maybe green space remedies. Where are the kids going to go from there? Where are they going to go walk their dog or play in the park? The next closest green space has 2 separate street crossings in order to get there. Of particular grievance is that the contractor is from out of town and did not even vote for our government officials in Ward 6, or you in general. The people of the community do that. So the citizens of the community were soundly and repeatedly berated at the beginning of this meeting from the moment the microphone turned on. And as it was explained, was due in reference to a staff member from Councilwoman Fiore's office who was at the prior meeting that she had not even been at. And that was the reason for berating us from the get-go. Just the whole group, the whole room. That was about the first whole 5 minutes of the meeting. When I initially protested my removal from the marshals after John raised his hand to refute what had happened at the last meeting since he was there. When he was ejected by the marshals, I hadn't moved in my seat. I picked up my phone, I turned to my wife, and my neighbor and I said, I think we better record this. And I turned my phone on, just like this. I never said a word to Councilwoman Fiore or anyone else.
Sir?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm very sorry, but your time is up to speak. You could give somebody else it if you want to.
Would
but-
somebody else like to donate their time to me so I can finish? Anyone? Thank you. 3 minutes?
Yeah, she can do that if she wants to come up herself, but you have no more time. I'm sorry, everybody has 3 minutes. That's all they have.
Okay, well, I've submitted my paperwork and my complaint to the city council
Yes,
and the attorney general.
and you
so.
can give that to our clerk here, and we'll put it on the record.
No, actually, I've already submitted the complaint.
Oh, all right, sorry.
I submitted it online yesterday.
Okay.
Or through email.
All right, thank you for coming. And was there anybody else who wished to speak? Well, if not, then I'm going to close our citizens, our final participation time closed. Thank you all for your interest. Oh, ma'am, did you have something to say? Did you want to come up and say anything for yourself? The lady who raised her hand in the back? I guess I'm... You're fine. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to move to our council member recognition, and I'm going to begin down here with Councilman Soroka.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Steve Soroka, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, my constituents, again. We had a great trunk or treat last Saturday, and we had a great turnout. And I want to give a special thanks to those that brought their cars. If we could go to the next slide, please. And those that came for the games and those that brought their children and provided volunteer opportunities. I want to give a special shout out to our dancing performers, our young ballet and dance troupe. And a real special shout out to John Payne of Asia. He was a lead singer of Asia for 17 years and has led Raiding the Rock Vault, designed in and has sang at that, and he donated his time to our event on Saturday, so we had a great event and appreciate everybody for coming out. We look forward to a great turnout next year. Coming up on November 4th, next slide, please, we have a shredding event, and we know how careful we need to be with our valuable information, our social security numbers, our account numbers, and there's only one way to properly discard those, and that's through special shredding. So on Saturday, November 4th, at the Veterans Memorial Community Center at 101 North Pavilion Center Drive, we're going to have the shredding event. So come out, bring your very special documents out, and we'll shred those and put them away. And then next we have, please reach out with social media and follow me on social media. But this weekend I'll be participating on Big Red in the Pride Parade. And then coming up on November 11th, Veterans Day, we have Big Red on the largest Veterans Day parade west of the Mississippi, the Las Vegas Veterans Day Parade. And I'll be out on Big Red again. So looking forward to see you all out there. And thanks for supporting our community. We're in a challenging time, and it's a time to stand united, and it's a time to keep our lifestyles intact and move forward. So thank you very much, Councilman Steve Soroka, Ward 2.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a three items I want to invite you to. So the first one on the screen will be the Halloween trunk or treat family event at the Y at Durango and Cheyenne, Friday, October 20th at 6:30. Come on out, free candy. While supplies last, there'll be a lot of cars out there with the trunks open and lots of candy to hand out. So come on out, and that should be a lot of fun. Second is movie in the park in Ward 4, Police Memorial Park, right behind the Northwest Area Command and Training Center. We're going to watch Ghostbusters and have a scary time with trunk or treat, vendors, entertainment, food. Come out and bring your chairs and blankets, October 21st, 5 p.m. And the movie will start when the sun goes down, Police Memorial Park. Third item is at Cimarron Rose Community Center, again in Ward 4 at Cimarron and Ann Road, Spooktacular, Tuesday, October 24th from 6 to 8. Bring your family, lots of games, lots of spooky stuff, lots of candy. Everybody's eating too much candy around here, but that's okay. And then finally, everyone's invited to watch more than 500 youth soccer teams from 14 U.S. states, Canada, Haiti, and Mexico compete in the 18th annual Las Vegas Mayor's Cup International Cup Tournament, October 27th through the 29th. The Platinum Ranked Tournament will be based at Betty Wilson Soccer Complex with games at many fields throughout the center. Roger Tabor, president of the Downtown Las Vegas Soccer Club, estimates the event will bring over $16 million into the local economy. And I will be there with the mayor to present awards on Sunday, October 29th, right around 2, 3 o'clock. So come out and support these great kids, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I think you're right. There is too much candy, and if you have any left over, you can bring it to my house. All right. Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you. So, whew, that was quite the public meeting there. And now it's my turn, and all my friends that came up and spoke so highly of me left. Well, number one, as constituents, I went to that meeting looking to protect that park for these folks. The meeting was for Centennial Springs HOA. The meeting prior to that meeting was the developer talking to the neighbors, because at my request, I said you can't just come to the city and request to build something without getting the neighbors on board. So they did that, and then I sent my 2 staff members that have been with me. Dan Burdish has been with me for 10 years, and Chance Bonaventura has been with me for 5 years. So I sent them to participate in a meeting, just to see what was going on. When they sat here and they said, oh, and it was so calm and peaceful and polite, that's a flat-out lie. Chance Bonaventura, 21, had the sign-in sheet. A lady tried ripping it out of his hands, yelling at the female. So this was what happened prior to me setting up a meeting with the Centennial Springs HOA. Now, just to make sure it was for our HOA members only, I had 3 of the HOA members in my office a week before that meeting and said, understand, this is for you and your members. You guys want this park. You're going to make an offer to buy the park, take care of the park, maintain the park, and we'll work with the developers together. They said, okay. Well, that did not occur. And judging from what happened in the first meeting and judging from the events that happened, as the city councilwoman in that ward, when you have a mob mentality that gets angry, it is my job to make sure that is stabilized, safe, and not hostile. So my question to the folks that were here when they would create, start an argument about the park was, sir, do you live in Centennial Springs HOA? Are you a member of this HOA, and do you write a check for the HOA, and are you able to negotiate with the developer to purchase the park? They said no. I said, okay. Then if you're going to create a ruckus, you can leave. Or if you're not going to create a ruckus, you can stay here and be polite. So the end result of that meeting, I literally brought our whole city staff. Our SID girl, who does special improvement developments, basically if they were able to come to an agreement with their HOA that they wanted to purchase the park, the city could finance it. We bent over backwards to try to get a private piece of property that does not belong to the HOA to the HOA. As the city councilwoman, my constituents want the park. I want them to have a park. So when people that don't understand that it's not an open meeting, it's a private meeting, come up and create this ruckus, it's a little, you think you work so hard. And even after they came up here and did it, I will still work as hard to get them that park.
I bet you, Councilwoman Fiore, you're having a lot of fun things there too now, huh?
A lot.
Right.
A lot.
Right.
A lot. So anyway, we're going to go, so I just had to express that the individuals that came up and berated up here, what the true facts of the matter were. They were not polite at the first meeting to my personal staff, and when I went out there, it definitely wasn't the HOA members there. Half of them were just folks to stir the pot. and that is not acceptable at all. So now for happier times, I do Mondays with Michelle, and October 23rd from noon to 6, I'll be at my Centennial Hills office. It's the YMCA on 6601 North Buffalo Drive, and we have an array of food and drinks. Anyone can come and meet with me. Because City Hall is downtown and our ward is out in the Northwest, I like to be out there at least twice a month, so you can just come into the office, no appointment necessary, talk to me about issues. We have, we've had the 3 so far that we've had have been just fabulous, and we've had some great conversations with our neighbors. That's Monday, this coming up Monday, October 23rd from noon to 6. And then, I know Councilman Soroka's having a shredding. We're having a free paper shredding on Saturday, November 18th from 10 till noon. They limit 5 boxes per vehicle, and that's going to also be at the Centennial Hills YMCA East parking lot at 6601 North Buffalo Drive. And I'll tell you, I love the shredding because we all have junk to shred. So those 2 things are coming up. Halloween is coming up. And you know, I was talking to some of our commissioners, and you might want to think about looking at, in your neighborhood at 9 p.m., shutting the lights off and just being safe on Halloween for, you know, the people that are coming by and knocking at the door, trick-or-treating. I think 9 o'clock, just my personal opinion, would be a good time, so you know you're not opening the door too late and your safety is involved. With the holiday season coming up, my vehicle just got smashed and some things got taken out of a front window, so please learn from my mistake. Don't leave a bag in view in your car, especially, you know, until the beginning of the year, because people are looking for gifts, and it is around the holidays, and this is what's going to be coming around. So with that, have a great week.
I know you have a lot of fun.
I do.
You do, and I know you enjoy it. And I wanted to tell you, you're talking about yours and Councilman's shredding event. When I first came on and Oscar was here, we didn't have all the shredders, you know. Oscar didn't have them. He stored it all in his garage. And all his cases, we felt that we could probably sell that someplace for a book or a movie and make a lot of money. But thank you very much. Now, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, ma'am. You know, we're still feeling the after effects of what happened on 1 October, and that is a day in what remains of my life will be unforgettable, and probably for everybody else. When I think about it, kind of made a jest in a sense that this will be, for the lawyers, their fortune building period, because as it was with the MGM fire in 1980 and the Hilton 1981, and the subsequent passage of sprinklers, the issue of sprinklers came to the forefront, but what was even more important was the idea that people had lost their lives because we had not acted proactively. Here, in this particular case, people have tried to act proactively in the situation of preventing mass shootings. When the machine guns were made illegal, there were maybe 30 bullets in a drum in those days of a relatively short ammunition. And now you can buy drums with 100, 250 essentially contained belts of ammunition, and you can create what is now this horrible firestorm that came down on the people at the property across from Mandalay Bay. Mayor Pro Tem, when I think about hearing the audio of the shooting, forget looking at them. I really encourage people to go and look again at these. You can find this video all over the internet and YouTube especially, but you can find, if you don't look at the pictures and you just listen to the audio and you listen to the rapid gunfire faster than you can count, over and over again, not 10, not 20, not 30, in some cases not even 100 shells stopped. It was continuous. What a nightmare. The lawyers, they'll have cases on the 58, 59, 60, it's hard to tell who will end up being identified as dead from this, more than 500 injured, and 20,000 people permanently traumatized. You do not recover from something like this completely. In my short time in the Army, I went through basic training in which you have machine guns fired over your heads. It's kind of frightening if you've never experienced that. But can you imagine, maybe they're even 6 feet above you. Probably if you stood up, you wouldn't get killed, but the idea was that it could happen. So you kept your butt down and out of sight, and you made it from one end to the other of the range. That is really traumatic. It's exciting when you're finished and you're glad you're okay. Accidents happen, though, sometimes. So during my training cycle in another company, a trainee was injured because a round was improperly packed, and it was a short round, is what that's known, and the bullet fell too soon into the range and hurt somebody in there. Well, what I'm getting at is that people don't deserve to be under siege like this for 10 minutes, maybe 11, of who's counting, it doesn't matter. The point was the impact on you of that much firepower falling on you, on your neighbor, around you, without stop, without cessation, without anything, like Bob Coffin knew when he was in the Army, and that was going to end as soon as he got to the end of the range. Well, there was no end to this. And 10 minutes can seem like 10 hours when you're in stress. So we have 20,000 people. These are 3 big numbers to remember. Nobody in this country has ever gone through anything like that before. It's not the number of dead. It's the number of people who have been exposed to death altogether. That is it's just the remarkable, staggering number that we have to keep remembering. 600 injured and killed, 20,000 traumatized. So I say to you, Mayor, what can we do about it? Well, in the city, we are tasked with the public health and safety of our citizens. So I thought, well, we've got to have a debate on this issue. We can't just leave it up to Congress. They can talk about it till they just go blind up there. But Mayor, when I talked to our legal staff and I asked, well, what can be done about, let's say, the unlimited amount of firepower that can be thrown at people? And our city attorney said, doubtful we can do anything because much of what we could do is preempted by federal and now more recently state law. And I was dumbfounded because I had served in the legislature for so many years. Why would we take that authority away from the local governments? But in 2015, the legislature did take away that authority to safeguard the public health and safety of our citizens by restricting any ability we have to consider, discuss, digest, pass, I suppose even with a public vote, a measure that might help curtail some of this senseless killing. So we are virtually powerless. I'm in discussion right now with the Legislative Council Bureau to see exactly how that works. But you and I, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council can do almost nothing. Our hands have been tied. All we can do is hope that something happens somewhere until we get a rational discussion. But I just didn't believe the legislature would take that authority away from us because nobody had asked. Nobody had tried. I'm not done trying, but I want you to know that it's an uphill battle for us to really be able to meet the expectations that the majority of the public has for us. And that means it's all in the hands of police. And they only can work with the laws that are passed. And if we can't touch an issue and we can't change a law, there's nothing for them to enforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, very much for the deep feelings you're showing there. Now, Mr. Barlow, who
Thank you,
is
Mayor Pro Tem.
always eloquent and succinct.
Thank you.
Long-winded.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the season of holidays that is rolling in, and so the Durfeld Senior Center is hosting craft classes, which are already in progress. All crafters are welcome to come and get in tune with their creative side. Also, they are hosting cooking with the chef. Learn how to make new delicious recipes and treats. Advanced registration is required, so please call 229-PLAY. That's 229-PLAY for more information. Next, the Doolittle Community Center is offering martial arts classes on Tuesday and Thursdays for youth ages 6 years and older. They are also offering belly samba dance classes on Thursday evenings. For more information, please call once again 229-PLAY. That's 229-PLAY. And also at the Doolittle Community Center, we'll be hosting the Spooktacular Carnival on October 26th. This will take place Thursday, October 26th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. There will be games, movies, snacks, jump houses, tricks and treats while supplies last. There will be a costume contest for Best Dressed Family, Most Original, Scariest, and Most Creative. So for more information, for participation, 229-6374. And at the municipal pool, they'll also be hosting a Halloween at the pool event on October 28th. The municipal pool at Dula, located at 431 East Bonanza and Las Vegas Boulevard, will host a Halloween at the pool event with witches, wizards, and water on Saturday, October 28th from 12 noon till 5 p.m. Join in the fun, food, games, and crafts. For more information, 229-6309. Nevada Promise Scholarship. This scholarship deadline is October 31st. The College of Southern Nevada has a program to make college accessible and affordable. So for those of you parents as well as young people looking for scholarship opportunities, please contact the Nevada Promise Scholarship, which helps to pay for up to 3 years of your tuition and mandatory fees at the College of Southern Nevada. The application process is online, so you may go on to promise@csn.edu or just call 651-7500 for more information. Thursday, November 2nd, Coffee with the Councilman. I host Coffee with the Councilman the first Thursday of every month. So the next will be Thursday, November 2nd at Starbucks, located at 1925 North Martin Luther King Boulevard. So come on out, starting at 9 a.m. till 10 a.m., Coffee with the Councilman, if you would like to sit with me during this time and share any information that you may have. And of course, Foodie Nation is back, ladies and gentlemen. Foodie Nation is back, returning to Fremont Street Experience November 18th and 19th. The 12th annual Foodie Nation Culture Fest will take place at the Fremont Street Experience, corner of 3rd and Ogden, from 11 a.m. till midnight. For more information and interest in vendor sponsorship, please call Charles Turow at 743-9613, 743-9613. And of course, you may follow me continuously on all of my social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, or just give my office a call at 229-5443, or just shoot me an email, rbarlow@lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll see you all next time at the next City Council meeting.
See you between times too, Ricky. We like your company in the meetings. You always add good comments. I'd like to say in late October and November, I will be meeting with 4 neighborhood associations to discuss their issues and concern. The Wesley Neighborhood Meeting is taking place on Monday, October 30th at 5:30 p.m. at the Las Vegas Valley Water District at 1001 South Valley View Boulevard. In addition to talking about neighborhood concerns, we will also discuss re-energizing the neighborhood association. Following that, on November 7th, we will have a meeting with the Artesian Heights and Royal Crest neighborhoods at the Desert Torah Academy at 1312 Vista Drive, and we'll talk with them also about re-energizing neighborhood association, their traffic concerns, and other issues. Oh, let's see. I think I've lost my audience. Yes, you. All right, on the Torrey Pines neighborhood, a group of just 5 people, just 5 people. Since the day I came into office, which was over 12 years ago, they have worked together as an association. There haven't been a lot of people helping them, but those 5 people, most of them older citizens, have done a great job. And so November 8th at 6:30, we're meeting at Rose Warren Elementary School, 6451 Brandywine Place. The city's Public Works Department conducted a travel study to assess residents' concerns about speeding. It seems we have that all over the city now. We're trying to help every way we can. So that will be one of the subjects. We want to encourage members, even if it's 5, which is what our Torrey Pines Neighborhood Meeting Association membership is, or if it's over 100, which is what our McNeil Neighborhood Association is. Whatever it is, you work together, you help each other. I've said many, many times, what could we have done with that little organization if we didn't have them? They labored to remove graffiti in the neighborhood, reported street lights are out, and a variety of other helpful and neighborly actions. And the reduction in graffiti was tremendous there. And I must tell you, when I see this 73-year-old lady getting on her stool and getting up there to get the graffiti, I have great admiration for them. They do it in the heat, they do it in the cold, and they're marvelous people. I was going to say a few words for the mayor, Councilman Anthony had to leave, so he is not able to convey them to you. But as usual, she's very pleased with the city. She joins Oscar as being one of the happiest mayors in the whole world, and she's very proud of all the people and how they got together and helped each other after this terrible tragedy we had on October 10th. First, thank you for correcting me. And I'd like to also announce that a celebration of life for Cameron Robinson, who worked in our attorney's office here at the city, will be held in these very council chambers on October 26th, which is Thursday of next week at 11 p.m. So that's, 11 a.m. So that's 11 a.m. in these chambers on October 26th. And you know how much, what a person full of love Cameron was. We also have somebody here who works in the city whose wife has had 8 operations since October 1st, and she's having a really hard time, and just please continue to send your best wishes and prayers for that. And I know we're Nevada strong. We may disagree at times, but we're a great city, and I thank you all, and the meeting's adjourned. Thank you. You're welcome.